then I'm gonna get things rolling here. Everybody ready?
Ready, ready, heavy.
Okay. I'm calling this meeting of the Nantucket Historic District Commission to order. It is Tuesday, June 25th at 4:37. Sorry for the delay. Somebody else was using our space. Present at today's meeting are John McLaughlin, Stephen Welsh, Diane Coombs, Val Oliver, TJ Watterson, and myself, Ray Poole. For all of those of you in the audience, we have two requests. One, if you're going to plan to record any portion of tonight's meeting, please let us know in advance. The meeting is being recorded in its entirety. And number two, any conversations that are not taking place at the table should happen outside in the hall so that we can hear what's being said for the minutes. Thank you. Any modifications to tonight's agenda?
No.
No?
Should be good.
Okay.
Okay.
Diane.
So, a motion to approve the agenda.
As submitted. All those in
As
favor of
submitted.
Diane's motion?
Aye.
Aye. Val, where'd you go?
I'm trying to plug something in.
Okay. All right.
She's right here under the table.
That'd
Okay.
be better because you've got something on the tab anyway.
Yeah. Well, first things first
need
here.
a
So,
different thing.
is there any public comment at this time?
Where is this one?
Hearing none, I will move along to the consent agenda. And let's see, Val, you have something on there. Anybody else with a conflict?
I don't think so.
It doesn't look so. Okay. So, Val's off. 1, 2, 3,
That's everybody
4,
else.
5. Yeah, that's everybody else. Okay, so, does somebody want to make a motion for the consent?
Make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Very good.
1
Thank
through
you.
11.
Thank you, Diane. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
The next
And-
one is the
and John is
consent with conditions.
Hang on, John's abstaining,
I think
just
so.
for the record. And
Yep.
consent with conditions, again, no one needs to
Nobody needs
recuse
to.
from this. So Val, you're on, and
So I make a
TJ
motion
Waddington
to
should be
approve
on
1
this.
through 4.
Okay.
Okay, so Diane's made a motion to approve items 1 through 4. TJ's the associate. All those in favor?
Aye.
Very good. Okay, now we're on to signs.
Good evening.
Hello, Kevin.
It's a lot of work.
Our recommendation for numbers 1 and 2 for Arno are recommend approval with comments.
Let me just let me get your board on this. So, Stephen, you want to just sit on all the signs?
Yeah, sure.
Make it easy. Okay. I'm sorry. So, number 1
1 and 2 was recommended for approval with our comments.
With comments, right?
with comments.
Okay, can I make a motion to approve 1 and 2 signs with, comments?
Very good. All those in favor?
I
Aye.
Aye.
Number 3 for VIT was recommended for approval, as submitted.
Great.
So I make a motion to make number 3 approved.
Thank you. All those in favor?
I
Aye.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thanks a lot, Kevin. Okay, now we have some appointments for our advisory boards. You all have their resumes. First one we have is sign advisory, and I believe that there was, John, you're gonna need to tell me how many positions need to be filled, okay, on each. But so, basically for sign advisory, we have one applicant, that's Ben.
Yeah.
Any discussion?
Yes, but
Okay,
look for it.
okay, so Ben is the second from the last, John. No, I'm sorry, third from the last. It's right before Nantucket. And Ben, who is already on the committee, is looking to re-up.
The sign advisory?
Sign advisory, that's the first on our list.
motion to approve Ben.
I'm gonna hold the motion just to see if John has any comments, or anyone else for that.
Yeah. Thank you.
You
It's a
good?
2-year appointment.
Is
Yeah.
it 2 or 3?
He says 2 down there.
Oh, yeah, okay, and his experience at level is 3 years. Okay, so there's a motion on the table to approve Ben Norman for
So-
sign.
So moved.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Can I ask a question?
Yes.
All right, do we need to determine a board on this? 5-member board?
Yes, you should have one. Yeah, actually, yeah, only the regular members should be voting.
Actually, that's not true.
I was gonna say,
So
really?
we should get that squared away right away. The act indicates that in the absence of a member, the chair designates an associate to vote.
In the same way we would with a
Any
normal
HDC
application?
matters.
Okay. I'm gonna go with that. So let's just say, who sat on,
I sat on signs.
you sat on signs, so that would have been your vote, okay,
Yeah.
for Ben? All right. Now we're, and I'm gonna alternate here, so now we're at Sconset Advisory. Stephen, that will be you.
Okay.
Let's see, we have,
You got Michael?
by the way, folks, I believe that some of you in the audience right now, do any of you who are applicants want to speak? No. Okay.
What we don't know is
Alright,
how
just-
many we're looking for.
So sorry, yeah.
Right, but so right now we're reviewing Sconset
Yeah.
Advisory, okay? And I don't believe there's anyone in the audience who's in person that's an applicant, so that's moot.
Right.
So let's see. Sconset Advisory, we have Clement Durkis. Did I pronounce that correctly?
Dirks?
Only one for the concept?
No,
No,
there's one,
2 and an alternate.
correct.
Michael May and Alex St. Clair.
John, 2 and an alternate. 2 and an alternate. seat.
One and an alternate.
Yeah, Michael May is actually applying for HSAB, if I'm not mistaken.
And
Also,
SAB.
also,
And
and
Sconset.
Shab, he's always been on the 2.
But is he applying for Sconset?
Yeah.
Right,
Yes,
the
yeah.
first one.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yep. My mistake. Okay. So how many positions are we trying to fill here?
You need one 1 year and one alternate.
One year and one alternate.
I make a suggestion or whatever that Michael be reappointed and that Clement Dirks for alternate.
Okay. You know what I'm gonna do?
What?
Yeah. No, they have all
I
three.
think that what we need to do in this case is because they're for different positions, we should vote for each person.
Yeah,
In other words, we won't vote for both, but
Right.
so
one.
if you made a motion for Michael
Michael
May,
May,
for
we'll-
example,
we'll
then we
stick
can
with
take a
just
vote
that
on
number
Michael May.
one, Right.
All right. So, Diane, can I just say that your first motion would be to re-up Michael May for a 1-year term on Sconset Advisory? Would that be
Yes.
fair? Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, so that's good. Now we have Alex is an alternate.
From hospital, it
What?
says. From the hospital. Which
Yeah, I
makes me
noticed
think
that.
she's
Understand what
sick.
that
Under
means.
date submitted, it indicates in parentheses, from hospital. So there's some
Whoa,
dedication
okay.
to you right
Yeah,
there.
that is. Okay.
I motion to,
And the other
Clement,
person is
yeah.
that Clement Dirks.
Well, she was down for Sconset Advisory Board, not alternate.
Michael Mann. Clement Dirk.
Michael and Clement put in for Sconset Advisory Board, and Alex put in for Sconset Advisory Board.
She wanted, that Alex wanted to be on as an alternate.
Yeah, that's not what I said.
Okay, so I think what Stephen has said is we have 2 positions to fill. A regular position, which I believe we just filled with Michael May.
Yes.
Oh,
Now we are on for the
Just the alternate
the
part.
alternate member, and I believe Stephen correctly said that Alex is the only applicant for the alternate's position.
Correct. She
But that doesn't mean the guy doesn't, is it a guy or a girl? A lady?
Clement?
Yeah,
I don't know.
doesn't wanna be an alternate as well.
I don't know.
Clement? Yeah, I don't know, it's not indicated on the application.
Well, if I may, having read through it, I would just say she's here year round and the other person isn't.
Oh,
Good
yeah.
point.
Let's go.
Who is here year round?
Clement.
Clement?
Well, then,
Can we,
could I rephrase that as, are you making a motion to approve Clement as an associate?
I would if,
You got two, one for Clement Durkee.
Rather than Alex St. Clair.
Michael May was done already, right?
Michael's
she's not
already
here
on
year
Oh,
round.
she's not.
as a regular member
She's
for
a-
1 year.
So you got a different share.
She's here from
Clement
November.
Durkee, that's for appointment by the selectmen.
She's been on it for 25 years.
Clement is looking for a regular position on Sconset Advisory. Alex is looking for an associate position on the Sconset Advisory. So we don't know whether Clement would consider the associate level position, but somebody noted, I believe it was Val, noted that Clement is here year round, whereas Alex is only here part-time.
Right, yeah, cause he says I live here year round and will be available for all meetings.
so procedurally, is it, would it be appropriate to, or do we have to renotice to hold to the next meeting to determine whether the person who didn't make it on the advisory is interested in the alternate? So we,
Usually,
may-
if you
may I
are on it.
Hang on one second, let
Oh,
Steve finish.
okay.
because the concern is that I don't know if we need to, I mean, it would be noticed on our agenda and the individuals who had already applied would be notified. But it would give us an opportunity to contact Clement and determine whether Clement is actually interested in the alternate.
Okay.
So that we know who we're voting on. I don't think it
I
would
think
be.
that's fair. So, Stephen, can you have a motion to hold the filling of the associate level position for Sconset Advisory for further information?
Yes, that's my motion.
And then
Thank
the
you.
alternative, that's St. Clair.
John, we're gonna hold this just to see whether one of these applicants who wanted a full-time position wants to.
Clement Durkee and St. Clair.
Right,
Yes.
for next meeting to clarify whether, okay? All those in favor of Stephen's motion?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so that was Sconset Advisory. Okay, now we're on Nantucket Advisory. So does the record reflect that Jesse just joined us?
He joined us several minutes ago.
Okay, but you have that in
I
there?
got it.
Okay.
Nantucket Advisory?
Nantucket Advisory, yes, and so I believe we have two people here.
Right. 3 year and 1 year.
There's one year and one alternate.
Ray, can I say something, Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead. Sure.
I'm the chairman of the Nantucket Advisory.
Just 1 second. Did I establish that Jesse's gonna be the voting? Okay, thanks. Okay, go ahead.
We have had, as you know, trouble getting a quorum. Also,
Right.
several months ago, the HDC voted to allow us to have a couple of alternates. Brad has been on for a long, long time. He is not able to be here at least 50% of the time.
Yes, understood.
A couple of the other ones have had issue with parents, which have now unfortunately been cleared up, so 2 of them are here more often now.
Okay,
But one of the gentlemen who's here, he's here year round, and I've had occasion to hear him speak.
do you mean one of these applicants?
Yes.
Well, that would be Robert, right?
Yes,
Okay,
and he lives in Nantucket and he's here all the time.
okay.
And if it came down to it, I'd like Brad to be the alternate, so at least we can get a quorum of 3 out of the 5
Right.
at any given time, because the last couple of months have been very difficult. And I would
Yeah,
like
no,
Robert to
I
be a
I
permanent member,
understand.
and Brad go to alternate, so when Brad is here, he can step in.
Okay, thank you, Linda, thank you for clarifying that. So I think, Robert is looking for a 3-year term, which is,
We got a 1 and a 3, right?
oh,
Wisconsin, okay.
no, we're on
Matt.
Matticat now.
Yeah, we're on 2. We got 1 year and a 3 year.
Yeah, so what Linda just said is Robert's here all the time. Matticat in particular has difficulty having a quorum because various members aren't here all the time, including Brad, and I know if Brad were sitting here, he would agree with that statement. So it would seem that we are for 1 regular member and 1 alternate,
Yeah.
correct?
And sorry, I should clear up. Yeah, this would be a 3-year term. We did the 1 year last year to get
Right,
the
well,
alternating
Robert has
of the
requested a
3 years.
3-year
Yeah,
term.
Yeah.
He's here.
So,
How
yes.
do you pronounce his last name?
You may ask him.
Robert Arby.
Hi there.
Hi.
Hi.
to the HCC. Thank you. How do you pronounce your last name? Charby. Charby. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for applying to this position, by the way. So,
Can I get a
discussion
Can I
on,
ask a question?
yeah, please.
John, are you aware, is Brad aware that there's an alternate position, and did he express any interest in that, if that was an option, or just curious for our
He's-
processing?
You should be aware that there is an alternate position. They've been seeking to have 1 alternate on their board for a little while now.
And he was here when you voted to give us the alternate position.
He made no mention of, he's indicated a 1-year term.
Right.
Because usually somebody who's been on the committee for 9 years, that he realizes that if you don't make one specific position, that you are glad to accept the alternate because it puts you on the board, you get to learn and listen.
Right.
It's not something you would turn down.
Maybe these should
It
be
gets you
tweaked a
going.
little.
Well, I think that we could sort of do kind
Yeah.
of what we did with Sconset, which was there's 1 regular member in, and the other person who applied for the regular position, we could ask them
If
just
they
to
would
make
be
sure we
willing
could ask
to-
Brad if he's okay being at a level of associate. But, I mean, I don't think that prevents us from voting in Robert unless there's some disagreement among the board about his being on for 3 years.
No, I would make a motion to offer him the 3-year term on the
Very-
Vatican.
Very good, thank you.
By
Is there any
support.
further discussion on that motion? Hearing none. Oh, sorry, John, yes.
Mr. McCutchery was applying for 3 years,
Yes, sir.
and how long has he been on there?
I think that this is a new position for him.
Is he here?
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's diagonally behind
I
you.
vote
How long
for
have you
John
been
Hearing.
on the committee?
The reason,
I haven't been on the committee.
he's asking because he filled out an incumbent form,
He's
Thank
new.
you.
We need some new blood.
so.
All right, so there is a motion on the table to approve Robert for the regular position at the Matticat Advisory. All those in favor?
I,
Aye.
Make the motion.
Diane,
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Okay, and then I think that what we need to do in fairness to Brad is to contact him, hold Brad's application for associate, see if he wants to take it as an associate, 1 year as an associate level, and if he agrees, then I think he could be our associate. Does that sound good to everyone?
perfect.
Okay, so can I have a motion to that effect?
I'll make that motion.
Thank you, Val. Okay. So Brad Fleming has been on the board, Matticat Advisory, for a long time, but he's not here full-time anymore. So what we're gonna ask him is if he would be okay with being the associate level member, okay? So we're gonna hold that application for now, John.
Okay,
Okay, all right, so,
we're holding three of them.
not yet, we're not finished yet. Who made that motion? For Brad?
Me.
Thank you. All those in favor of Val's motion to hold Brad's application for further clarification? Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Now we are on to HSAB and TJ, it's back to you. Excuse me, back to you. How many
many?
positions are we filling here?
One seat and one alternate seat.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Yes, thanks a bunch.
And we have 3 applicants.
Hello.
Third, I got
I've
Welcome.
seen you before.
Welcome to the HTC.
Yeah.
And we've got
And
what,
Lucy
one
Dillon.
alternate and one regular? Is that where we are?
Yes, yep.
One associate and one alternate and one regular, correct?
Oh, and Lucy.
And Michael May has put in his name again. I'm gonna withdraw. I wasn't sure he was retiring now or gonna take another year to
I
move.
read that he's the end of the year.
He's
No,
gonna
he's
be
not
here
def-
for
it's
years.
not definite.
It's not definite. I talked to him the
Oh.
other day. So I'm gonna withdraw my name from the regular member in favor of Michael May. And leave it for the alternate, since I
Okay,
happen to be
all
sitting
right,
here.
all right.
You don't have
Fair
to call
enough.
me next week and ask me.
Yes, all right.
Thank you.
All right,
And Lucy, do you have anything that you want to say, or?
No, I'm the acting alternate now.
And they only have one alternate down there.
okay,
Yes, John?
I have a comment.
Yeah.
There's 2 for, one for an alternate now, all right? That's Lucy Dillon.
Actually, John, Lucy's here, but if I can speak for her, I think that she is open to be an alternate or a regular member.
Right, since I've been an alternate, I can't remember the date that I started, John would know that. I think I've missed 1, maybe 2 meetings.
Why?
Right,
Why?
I'm just kidding.
Because I went to see my 96-year-old father for his birthday.
Fair enough.
right.
You got, yes, John?
In that case, I would nominate Lucy Dillon as regular member, and Linda Williams says she,
But Michael May's running too.
I'm sorry?
Michael May is running too.
Right, I understand that, I gotta get over here,
Oh, okay.
right.
Okay, so John, what we're doing is we're breaking it up. So you can nominate one person for the regular member position,
Okay,
and we take a vote on, or discuss that, take a vote on that, then we vote on the associate level position.
I'll move the motion for that.
Okay, so your motion right now is for Lucy as regular member, correct? TJ, you're on this one,
I,
right? And then the rest of the regular board. Any further discussion on that motion?
Can I just ask, what's the length of the term?
1
1
year.
year.
1 year.
It confuses the hell out of me.
One,
Yeah.
Well,
two,
technically,
three,
actually, I'm sorry, it should be 3 years.
Yeah, why?
Yeah.
Michael's only applied for a year.
Cause he's up this year, so
Yeah,
he gets
yeah.
3 years.
Okay,
Yeah.
right, but, so, if we were to vote you in, the term is 3 years,
No.
That's what I was
Right?
getting at.
Yes, correct, yeah.
okay.
Sorry, yeah.
Okay, we're all clear on that. So, the motion, John's motion is to, have Lucy as a regular member of HSAB for a 3-year term. All those in favor?
I,
Aye. I think you got it.
Okay, thank you. Any questions?
Just don't take any more time off. That was a big black spot on your perfect record.
Hey, how many 20 years, how many HCC meetings did I miss? 4?
So,
Um,
can I then recommend Michael for the alternate because he is going to be gone after this year? And
I'm just gonna slide right in.
he,
you watch 1 year.
I think it's important that we finish up the baby.
okay, so, is that a statement or is that a motion?
That would I don't know, whatever's better, either as a motion or as a statement,
But John did a
That's for
motion.
1 year.
for 1 year.
I'm taking motions for he made a motion
Right,
for
both of them.
one position.
So you're making
but I
a
would
motion that
split it
Linda
up.
be alternate or that Michael be the alternate?
Michael to be the alternate, so he can, he's only gonna be
Okay.
here 1 year, this year
Okay.
before he leaves.
All right, so Diane, you made a
Abstain.
motion for Michael to be the associate for 1 year, is that
Yes.
what I understand it?
Yeah,
All those in favor?
alright,
Hey,
I'm opposed. TJ,
I'm aye,
you're aye.
yeah.
Okay,
I thought the first one we voted for was Michael May earlier.
No.
No,
that was for SAB. No, that
sign
was
advisory.
for SAB.
SAB.
Oh, sign advisor.
Yeah.
Boy, you better stop finishing these words. Anyway, I got it.
Why does HSAB only have one alternate seat and Nantucket has a few?
that was what Linda just said.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
it's
do
supposed to
not
be-
know the answer to that
Supposed to be
question.
2 on everybody.
That we only had one. We only advertised for one alternate.
Yeah, because we asked for 2 extra.
Okay, so let me ask a technical question. Michael has just been voted in for 1 year because that's what he requested. If Linda had gotten that, would it have been for a 3-year term?
Alternates should be for 1 year.
1 year.
Yeah.
It's always just for 1 year for an alternate?
that's what it was for me.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, that's what we've done.
Yeah.
you see, I know how well I know these rules.
Yeah.
Well, the alternates
Okay.
have only, I was the one instrumental in bringing the alternate thing forward last year.
Right.
And I was told I was gonna get the alternate position, but I didn't. And we had talked about the fact that all of the boards need alternates because there's issues with people going away and people getting sick or not being able to get back to the island. So they were 1 year at the time because nobody knew how that was gonna work.
Right.
Can you check in with your board, the board that you're the chairman of now, and see about the alternate situation? But just,
We've
a-
only had one, but since I was a manager or an alternate, we've always had a quorum, so it hasn't been a problem.
They don't
right,
have the same
each,
problems.
each
as us.
board has its own issues, so Mattocket Advisory, the big issue is trying to get a quorum.
It's hard to get in from Nantucket, though.
Yeah,
They come in if they're here.
I'm
They're
teasing.
just not here.
all right, sorry. So that motion, passed. The motion was for, Michael May to serve out 1 year as the alternate member to HSAB. Okay,
Are we doing the sign advisory? I didn't see anybody for the sign advisory.
Ben Norman.
Ben Norman.
Ben was one
Ben.
candidate for one position, that was
That's it, okay.
done. That was the easiest one. Okay. Thank you all, moving right along, now we're on to old business. The first item under old business is, 1 Washington Avenue, and of course, John, you'll have to let us all know who's sitting.
Sure.
No, she got.
Copy of it here.
Hi there.
There's a
How you doing?
John probably wants that one.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So sitting is Pohl, Coombs, McLaughlin, Oliver, and Welch. Alternate Watterson.
Okay.
I dropped a couple full sizes for
For this time, all right.
So, these are my,
Everybody ready?
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry, could you just give your name?
certainly George Turner.
Thank you very much. George Turner, for the record. You wanna just walk us through whatever revisions you may have made?
Certainly. So, at the last meeting 2 weeks ago, there was some, I eliminated the arbor, and substituted the gates.
Okay.
For the arbor, and, I made, both of the gates vertical. And those changes are noted. I
Okay.
opened up the privet in the locations that was,
When you say vertical, what was the other?
there was a horizontal rail on the top and the bottom.
Ah, right. Okay.
I eliminated the, the horseshoe pit, the formal horseshoe pit, as it was described.
Okay.
What other changes did I make? And I opened up the privet that was, that was marked up print that was given to me, with, for burn.
Oh, I think Stephen marked something.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
So we changed the plantings in those areas to viburnum.
Very good. Okay. Everybody got it?
Can I make a citizen's comment after everybody's spoken?
It's an alternate, so.
Oh, I'm an alternate.
Are you ready to go?
Oh, yeah. I was just saying, I was just gonna say that I drove by here the other day, and I'm noticing that like all the vegetation in all the yards in Nantucket is either like Rosa rugosa, or I think it's scrub oak or juniper, I don't know, but it's all like local natural vegetation. I know that only gets to a certain height, so I kind of thought that what you might like to do, I don't know, is berm up the property lines and get that Rosa rugosa and all the natural stuff that's all around the area in as your screening barrier. And that way you're getting the extra height and you're getting the privacy on the inside, you know. And then it all blends in anyway, and it's kind of a non-issue with the privet or that. I know you made some adjustments and
He
everything.
made adjustments to the privet. Yeah.
I don't see
Well,
that
my
though.
neighbors, going east,
Mm-hmm.
for the first 4 or 5 houses are all privet.
Yeah.
The,
Here, I could-
Millie's is privet.
Mm-hmm.
My neighbor across the street, on Washington Ave where it butts, Nantucket is privet. And the shape and the location of my lot really lends itself to being wide open, to having no private on 3 sides, not on all sides. So I'm not, I don't have just frontage in a backyard.
Right.
So, it's an unusual lot and requires a little bit of unusual
Tactics.
tactics, exactly.
Well, let's hear from the voting members on this, and Diane, it looked like you were ready to say something.
Yeah, I was trying to locate
It's hard to read this.
the gate, and is the gate coming in at that path that's between the residence and the shed?
Oh.
There's a little line that looks like you could
There,
read.
yeah, there's a gate there, Diane, definitely.
Okay, that's that gate, right?
Yes, there's a gate here,
Yep,
and then there's a double gate here.
this is for, so where is your driveway coming in?
The
Here?
driveway's coming on off from right here.
Right there. Okay, and this is so you can bring lawn equipment in
Correct.
and whatever? Did you by any chance go look at Tom McCann's house?
Yes, I did.
But it doesn't hide anything in his yard.
Now that it's
No.
grown in, it sort of does with some of
But-
the leaves.
It's growing fast.
What are we actually trying to hide in his property?
Well, the fire pit, for one,
The fire pit, yes, that's a
And then-
wonder.
and then it's a
Excuse
question
me?
of the formality of the plant material.
Likely, yes, it is, yeah.
The Nantucket.
Well, that's why I was interested if you saw
That's
Tom
really
Oh,
the
this
only
is
thing
the
other
old
than the
one?
patio.
Yeah, I think that's the old
Okay.
one.
Sorry, Diane,
That's all right.
so you got some clarification on where the gates are going?
Yep, and where the fire pit is that we're trying to hide.
Okay,
And, yeah. So when it gets down towards the point, it can be quite casual because you're not hiding anything there where Madigan and Washington come together, right?
It is, it's all low plantings down there, if you
Yeah.
look at the plan.
Yeah,
and
right.
And it's, actually, the whole end is basically open, because I don't wanna ruin the view either. So,
right.
and I really don't have any, cars or lights or anything in that end that really would, that would, bother us in that, in to use the yard.
And how tall, how high is the fire pit off the ground?
1 foot 6 inches.
So it's 18 inches high.
Yes.
Right.
And what is it made of? I mean, is it eyesore?
No, it's stone. Masonry, that's,
Did you say, is it an eyesore?
no, it says a blue,
I don't know why we're
Did
hiding
you ever
it.
expect him to say yes?
if there's a detail,
it's an
there's a detail
eyesore.
on drawing D1, which
Right.
is masonry, and a blue stone cap.
Bluestone cap where? Oh,
On top
On
of that.
top of
On
the.
drawing D1 on section, oh, it's not,
this is way
section's
too
not
much
labeled.
specific.
Well, and are you planning on putting some planting around it, which would be simpler than trying to put something out on the?
I wasn't, I was, I have the patio and some furniture, but it's in the middle of the, it's in the middle of the yard.
So you're going to count on the planting out at the street to cover it, because it makes it more extensive than if you planted around the patio rather than,
Well, there's quite extensive plantings, directly adjacent on both sides of the fire pit. Not only the privet and the viburnum, but also some other plantings on the inside of the yard,
okay, I see
which
that.
are, trees and grass and things of that nature. There's a plant schedule on there which can,
Would it be simpler if he marked where the fire pit and that patio is going to be, and we took a quick viewing of it, of how far it's visible?
Right
Well, let's-
now, it's wide open,
Yeah,
so
so I'm right. Without the plantings in place, it would be very hard to kind of speculate about its visibility. The whole thing here the visibility or non-visibility of that fire pit relies on vegetation.
I know, it's a
It's-
big.
That's
house.
not there right now.
Which is not there right now, which has to be there when the house
It's
is
right gonna be right here.
So,
inspected.
Diane,
Yeah,
well, I think you just said the same thing that I was gonna say. If that's a concern to you or anyone else, I think that we would add language that would say, the usual, like we would say for a
Right.
pool, for example.
right.
Not visible at time of inspection, But it sounds like that's your main concern is the fire pit
Right,
and
well, I
visibility.
think that's the only reason we're making all that planting along the sides of his property at a higher thing than the Rosa rugosa. Rosa rugosa doesn't grow all that high, 4 feet.
No, you'd be able to see right over it.
right
Yeah,
through
but
it.
if you
yeah.
burned up as well.
If he burned it up, but that's, he could do that.
Well, that will create drainage problems for me and everything else, I'm sorry.
Let's go around I want you to get an overview of what all the voting members think of this.
So my only thing would be to agree with what he's got, with the contingency that the
Fire
pit was covered, at time of inspection and forever.
Sounds reasonable. Val, you ready?
Yeah, I just have a question. The pathways that I see, are they the natural cleft, dry set bluestone? There's 2 illustrations here and it doesn't say which one they are.
There's stepping stones,
These
No, I
guys.
understand that.
2 by 3.
One is more
They're blue.
man-made and the other one is a natural cleft, like a stone that was set down and grass grows in between it.
They're blue stones with grass that will grow in between them.
Okay, but do you see what I mean? On page D1, there's 2 described.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
So are you asking whether the edges are thermal cut square or is it informal?
I just think that that's an anomaly in Nantucket, so the natural stone would be my preference.
Yeah.
And space them out farther. Nothing is highly landscaped out there, and this is like a very visible spot. That's why
You know what she's saying? The difference between
Yeah.
rectangular
It
and
is super.
irregular. So that's your concern,
Yes.
okay. Stephen?
I think Vale's comment hits the nail on the head for me, is what I said before, is that this is highly landscape, like a detailed, crisp, and that's not typical Matticat. I think in combination, so I agree with TJ's comment about maybe adding some type of Rosa Rugosa element. I appreciate the changes to add the Arrowwood viburnum. I think that along the perimeter to the, I'm gonna presume north is up, on the landscape plan, in the lower left, having another 5 here, having another 5 here, another 5 here, is you're basically looking to break these up, these long lengths of privet that become an architectural element. I agree with the comment. I'm not as concerned about the patio being, being square cut, crisp edge, if it would, I presume this is a Belgian block surround. But the fire pit definitely needs to be something that's not visible at the time of inspection or thereafter. It's just, I mean, in Matticat, traditionally, maybe people are hanging outside in a grill or something, it's just not, this is a
Think of
really
this as a grill that's
form-
made out
yeah,
of stone.
Yeah, it's a different level of finish and fit and finish, and I don't think it's inappropriate to want that. I don't think it's inappropriate to have it. I think it needs to be addressed in a way that it's not changing the, because this is in such a visible location, it really starts to change the feel of Matticat if it's front and center and visible. So I don't have an issue with the fire pit, again, as long as it's not visible at time of inspection thereafter. I do agree that, I appreciate the addition of the screening, breaking up the homogeneous plant material as screen material. I think there's a few more locations that could be added at, roughly at irregular intervals. And I do support the concept of these stepstones being something that is a more natural look for Matticat, as opposed to if what's being proposed is a square cut thermal bluestone that's really
I
crisp
believe at the
edges.
moment it is square cut.
Okay, so that I think would be inappropriate.
All right,
In this, at least in this configuration, to this extent, there's a lot of it. I mean,
Okay.
basically, it's a bluestone path with some green space in between.
okay. Got it. Thank you, Stephen. John,
I think everything's covered so far.
everything's what?
Everything's covered. I have no
In terms
comment.
of comments. All right, so I'm gonna try and distill this one a little bit. So I think that, with regard to the fire pit, when we have a pool application that comes in, we don't wanna see the pool. What we do, because no one can tell like how much the vegetation is gonna screen. So we make the approval conditional on when John Hedden goes out to do his sign off. He goes out, he takes a look, and if he can see, if the vegetation is really thin and he can see the pool, then you have to supplement the vegetation to screen out the pool. And so what Diane was referring to earlier and what Stephen underscored just a second ago is that they're not saying no to the fire pit, they're just saying that the screening needs to be adequate to cover that from visibility from the roads. So that's item number 1.
So can I comment on that?
You can comment on it, but let me just give you item number 2.
Okay.
Because the second item, and anyone chime in if I'm not capturing the essence of this, but the second item was the square cut pavers. If they went to irregular cut bluestone pavers, I think that everybody would be okay with that.
Natural cleft.
More natural stone,
Right.
all right? That's it? So those are the 2 items.
Don't you want a big
So now,
path
do you,
between?
if you wanna respond.
So,
you're welcome
yeah,
to.
in order to screen the fire pit, it's gonna take years for anything to grow in where you're not gonna be able to see it. I mean, no matter what I plant.
You can find.
So it would kinda limits
you
me,
can-
my ability to you know, to use a fire pit and to put it in. You're talking, you know, 2 or 3 years before it grows in, at least, before it, you know, you're not gonna be able to see it. And, I mean, I
But it sure
am,
looks like you have a lot of vegetation that you're planting around this perimeter.
but it's, you know, you plant it, it takes several years to fill out. It's not, it doesn't
Okay.
fill out, you know.
All right. Well, I
And
appreciate
I
your
am
candor.
only, I'm only, 30 feet or so from the street on either, or maybe a little more than that, but
Okay.
I was, so
How
that's,
do you-
that's
how
my
do you
concern. So
feel about-
basically, that's just eliminating the fire pit for me.
How do you feel about the irregular bluestone thing with the pavers?
So a broken edge,
Yeah.
bluestone,
Yeah.
Not a manufactured stone, like a natural cleft, which is something you have described here.
Well, natural cleft just is the surface.
Oh,
Yeah.
You can
The
be-
edges are what you
Right.
guys are talking about.
right, so that,
this detail.
Go ahead.
I already have the bluestone steps there.
Oh, you do? Okay.
They're already on site because I need those in order to get a sign off for my certificate of occupancy for the steps.
Oh, I've never heard
So
of
I
that.
already have them on site now. They're bluestone 2x3,
Okay.
paving stones.
Yep. All right, so what do we want to do with this?
Well, I'll make a comment if I might. I understand your frustration, but when people come to us and they want something that's not typical, our stance has been, if we can't see it, then you can have it. It comes up a lot with pools. And my question would be, if you're concerned about the visibility from the street for a fire pit that's 1.5 feet, these bushes must be about 1 foot. I think you might have to consider buying some taller material.
Which bushes, though? I mean, there's a huge, extensive plant list.
I know, so why is he concerned about it? I
Well,
don't,
because he's concerned that they're not all gonna be grown in by the time John goes out for the inspection.
So the privet is spec'd at 3 to 4 feet, 3.5 to 4 feet, and the Arrowwood infill, which again, I appreciate, is 5 to 6 feet. Typically, it's George, right?
Yes,
Mr. Turner?
yes.
Mr. Turner.
George is fine.
Okay. Typically, we have, if you see a plant material around the pool, and I mean, this isn't to give you a hard time, it's 4 to 5 foot heavy privet, minimum. I mean, when John does inspections, I would say, what's your typical privet, 5 to 6?
Yeah, and it's a double row too.
6, I would say.
It's typically a pretty extensive planning, and the trade-off is that they're putting in the height and the thickness in order to get the pool in at the time of construction, because it's only ever gonna be approved due to a lack of visibility. So, you have to consider that based upon the area that you're in and the highly visible location.
Yeah.
This isn't a corner lot somewhere on the back side of,
Understood.
G Street or something. It's between 2 major roads in Nantucket. So I think, I think the context comment about the height of the plant material is important for your understanding. And then, I don't know what to say about that bluestone. We've had approvals for steps to grass, so.
I think
wood step
you're
to
referring to the
grass.
first step into the building, the actual step.
Yeah, the first 2 steps coming in,
Yeah.
Are made of stone?
granite.
Okay, but the bluestone is not.
What
This is-
Stephen is saying is, all this stuff right here, you don't need for your C of O.
Well, I need
And where
the
those
first one
line
down
from?
Yeah,
off
you
of
need
the
the,
step.
you need the first one down.
Correct, I do, yeah.
What step is it?
Does it, is that just like a solid, granite step?
The first step is a solid piece of granite.
Right.
So I'm not disputing that you need your steps for a CO, but you don't need your bluestone for a CO. And the question wasn't about the step, it was, the
we didn't
concern
even
was
know about
about,
this step.
yeah, the concern was about the formal material being laid out in a formal pattern.
Can I make a
He's saying,
suggestion?
all that stuff that you're showing there, you don't need for your C of O for your house. Yes, Diane.
If you are concerned on your fire pit and the visibility and the length of time that stuff would take to grow, to make it invisible, you can put in perennial things which will grow and get taller, and then back it up with like hydrangeas and things that grow very rapidly and very thick, and that will give you a summer for your other things to grow. You have to work with some sort of timeline that the plants take in order to fill out, but you can mix the two together. My other suggestion would be the bluestone steps. If you had not just half an inch to an inch separating them, but a good 2 to 3 inches separating them so that they sort of sink in and you're not so aware of them as a formal walkway, but they'll act just as well. It just gives you more greenery to separate them and not.
So you're okay with the rectangular stuff as long as it's
No, I
spaced
think
further?
it has to be as uneven as you can get it.
Well, uneven in shape or uneven in pattern?
Well,
laid
uneven
down?
in pattern, so it doesn't look like it was made, you know.
His biggest issue right now, if I understand you correctly, is you have those pavers.
I do.
Right.
And what do they look like?
They're bluestone,
Probably
rock
2 by
face,
3.
2x3 pavers.
And that's, I don't know.
Help us
I
out,
personally
Jesse.
think that
Can I
they're
make,
too
can I make
big
a couple
for the
comments?
area.
Public comments?
Yeah, you may. I'd love to get a resolution to this or some semblance of one.
So if you were gonna put a bullseye on Nantucket, it would pretty much be right where your fireplace is. You are in a fishbowl of an area. It's, high visibility is beyond that.
He's well aware of
And,
that.
and you know, if we left a fire pit burning and where all of Nantucket could see from your, no pun intended, his phone would be burning off the hook. We would be getting calls constantly about it. So you can get mature plant material to screen this, and frankly, 3 to 4 foot and 5 to 6 foot plants should be adequate as long as you layer it well enough. As for the stepping stones, what I might suggest is that you just leave out the walk that goes to the street, being that's the most visible, and
Okay.
and then and you already have the material. I'm not sure if if the board feels okay about that, but that might be.
I actually like that
It's a
suggestion.
good
I like
solution.
both the suggestions, but I like the suggestion of eliminating the little length that goes out to the street, because that would obviously be the most visible one.
Yeah, and then I have another suggestion on the fire pit. I agree, Jesse, I think that suggestion's a good one with respect to the street side. I agree with Diane in terms of, I mean, I think these are spaced more than 2 or 3 inches now. I think you need to get
Probably.
5 to 6 or something. But you still need, there's a cadence, there's a walking rhythm, so you're gonna have to lay it out. I think the fire pit, if you're, not, I think there's a trade-off, George. I'd suggest that these may be 3, the majority of these are 3.5 to 4 feet. Anyone walking by is gonna see over them into the yard. But at least initially, you might do some type of plant material where 3 to 4 feet would be totally acceptable, immediately adjacent to the patio, noting that it's gonna be there for a few years only.
That's totally what Diane was getting to, but you're sort of sharpening that point by
Yes.
saying that would be a stopgap measure only.
Right.
Until the other stuff.
I mean, because when these grow, your permit, once it's established, after the first year, you're gonna probably get 6 inches a foot if you fertilize it, and it's irrigated. Within a couple, maybe 3 years, if you had a 3.5 to 4 privet or some other type material immediately adjacent to your patio, at least for a portion of it, it's gonna block that visually. But I mean, truth be told, if you went ahead and got 5 to 6 for that area for now and used it in some other location later, it's also gonna give you privacy when you're sitting on that patio, because your perimeter plantings are gonna be complete, your whole patio is gonna be visible from Millie's when people walk by. So it may just be that you would supplement your planting there with taller plants, accomplish the no visibility at time of inspection, have some privacy until the other plant material grows up. You're not spending, you know, tens and tens of $1,000s more for tall plant material all the way around the perimeter. You're just supplementing it by putting plant material here for a unknown duration of a few years.
So some pine or something that.
No, I'm just saying.
Around the fire pit,
Yeah, if you were to
so you
put,
can't see it.
if you were to put privet around your patio with entries and entries to the yard, you know, I'm not suggesting you gotta put some big wide material like a pine. I mean, a privet I think is sufficient, personally.
Okay, so both of you have sort of arrived at the same conclusion, which is if you get something closer to the fire pit, Stephen's point is, doesn't need to stay there forever, probably doesn't, because then you lose your view, but at least it will get you through while the other stuff is growing up.
Yeah, that's what I said.
All right, so, are you okay making
Yeah,
it sounds like
so-
you're okay getting rid of that.
Yeah, I am, yeah.
All right,
And then you wanna space the
space them out
pavers
of wool, you know, say
a
5
little
or 6
more.
inches
That 5 or
apart.
My
6 is
intent was
typical.
to have them lower than the grass, anyways,
Yeah.
not be up.
Right.
Right.
So the grass would be, you know, they'd mow right over it and, you know, so.
But when you walk on them, they're 2 feet wide and 3 feet long,
Right,
which
That's
makes your,
3 feet wide.
makes your statement and walking, make them so they're comfortable,
So-
but I think you could
So
still put in
space them out a little more.
6-inch pace is usually good.
6-inch spaces between them, yeah.
Okay, and so, and then some coverage around the fire pit here, so you
and that
don't,
coverage, that plant material is up
some
to
coverage
you,
around here so
but
you don't see the fire
with the
pit.
understanding that that's gonna be the thing that screens you for the short term.
Right, and George, just to be clear, you know, you don't need to put it right on it, it's gonna be a fire pit, so if you keep it off, you know, a mower width around or something for yourself.
Okay,
The idea is,
The whole bit.
yeah, and then maybe just extend a little bit onto your patio, so that when you come by the sides, John isn't
Buy
picking
one
up any
that's
inspections.
portable.
And, you know, to the extent you extend that back towards the house for privacy on your own patio is up to you, we're concerned about I think there's utility in it, but we're concerned about the visibility of the fire pit.
Okay.
And then the only other thing is to maybe add a few groups of arrows, a few more groups of those 5. I think you're gonna be, trust me, you're gonna be pleasantly surprised, and your shearing bill will be less every year if you have the natural plant material.
Can you make a motion
Sure.
that encapsulates that?
So, the motion would be to approve through staff
Right,
with I'm thinking an exhibit A, which we'll provide,
okay,
which will be, today's the 25th, which will be to, I'm gonna do this in reverse order, add 3 clumps of viburnum. Sorry, just bear with me, we'll get there. These are approximate locations.
Is that Dentanium?
Yeah, that arrow is nice. Eliminate the bluestone walk from Washington Ave to the home, towards the home.
That's town property.
Yeah, supplement your planting around the fire pit so that it's not visible at the time of inspection or thereafter.
that's it. Right?
That's it.
Okay. All those,
I'm sorry, just here,
He's giving you an exhibit A.
just
So
hold
what we're-
that
Stephen,
up
you're
so we
aware
can-
that there's out in the point in all that area, there's no privet in that area, the privet stops. And those are lower plantings.
Yeah, he's not putting
Yeah,
anything.
no, there, you've got some right here, 36, and at the end, like, to mirror what you have here, where you have a natural, and you'll have a natural, so you'll transition. You'll have some more here to complement these. And these are approximate locations, so I wanna be
So we
clear.
have one here now,
You have one, so add,
okay.
add. Put some block this visibly, and then remove this.
Yep.
And space these you know, minimum 5 to 6 inch spacing on the, bluestone.
Okay, Roger.
That's your motion.
That's
Right.
my motion.
All those in favor? Aye. Ladies?
No. I'm opposed.
What did we forget?
It's just too formal for Nantucket
okay.
completely, so.
Steve, did you mention the walk being eliminated?
Yes.
Cross that
Yeah, we
out.
got that. Okay,
So we have a final,
so basically what you just need to do is adjust your plan. You don't need to come back to us. You just take it into John's office down at the
One's
town
done.
building.
Okay.
And you're good to go.
No.
Okay?
I would suggest take a picture of this, or
We
get a
had
copy from
election.
John at the office.
Good
He's
idea.
gonna look at this to compare to the
I'm gonna
final.
take a picture of it right now, and I'm gonna send it to my landscape architect. and have-
Right.
What, this?
Okay,
No, well, I do have a suggestion for future that we time people, cause we can't dedicate this much time to each person, cause they wanna argue with us.
okay, let's start to get moving here. 44 no Nantucket.
44 no Nantucket.
Anybody? No?
They weren't here
Oh,
last
sorry.
week
John,
either.
are these,
Okay,
do we need these?
You don't need them. I got trash.
thanks.
Thank you.
Go flying, huh?
I am, I'm gonna fly home right now. Or earlier, and fly home
Who's
now.
on,
Hopefully
who's
there's no
on this one?
thunderstorms.
We never heard it.
This is, yeah, this is.
As long as there's no thunderstorms, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay,
Is it a landscape plan?
so.
Yeah, I don't think they're gonna make it last time.
Hey, Jesse, why don't you sit on this one?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So Jesse's gonna be on this one. What you got?
So in front of you today is an application for a revision to a pool and hardscape application at 44 Manhattan Avenue. Sorry, Mike Duffy, representing the applicant.
Okay.
This was approved a number of years ago, I believe it was 2 years ago, and if you flip the page, I believe it's 2 or 3, it'll show the current approval and the new proposed condition, which just reorients the location of the pool and hardscape. What we noted on the existing plan is the septic system, which runs through the general layout of the previous approval.
Yeah, no way. It's right on the
Previously approved. Okay, so that's the second one. Third, she
We
just.
had a cabana here.
So per that approval, the motion was to approve a substantial evergreen planting. We've incorporated that and maintained the existing planting, which runs pretty dense along that property line. Which I have some images from today.
Was this on the
Page
view?
2017.
Was this on the view? Should be.
So this is the house as it faces Nantucket, right?
Yes, yeah, so what you'd see from Nantucket would be fencing, which was previously approved, coming out to the edge.
I think that where you had the pool cabana before was integral in my feeling about this pool.
Miles standards.
That was closest to the street.
So are these two lots?
Sorry, it is one lot in total.
Val, what was, continue your statement.
Well, so I'm looking at our previous approval, and I know he brought the minutes and I was actually the person who made the motion to approve, but I think with the pool cabana being closest to the street, it was integral in how people felt about this pool being where it was. Now, the pool's moving almost right to the street, and yeah, there are plantings there, but
So I will say, and what I tried to reflect in the images, there is another, call it 10 plus feet of planting between the property line and the street, which acts as fairly dense planting, and then we can certainly introduce height.
That's
and
this
any
stuff out here.
Yes, exactly. Any screening elements to get around that.
Here's north,
I walk through here, so I know you can see this all.
south.
Diane. Thank you, Val.
The pool, I was just trying to go back onto the notes that we did back in 2017.
So that's for this, here,
And
this, not for this.
We spent
Oh,
some
north
time
here.
discussing, where it is. What are you going to use between Miles Standish and the pool as you can't see it, and when you could see in there from Nantucket, it's a very visible spot. I don't know how you're going to do it.
So what we had proposed, and it shows on the plan, were a series of red cedars, arborvitaes, Ragusa rose. Certainly per the notes, the evergreen plantings was what would make up that, and that is reflected on the proposed plan.
Because when they started to build this house, they stripped that lot. So there isn't, it says
This is
existing vegetation. There isn't too much existing. This is no Nantum, that's Miles Standish.
Two separate septic systems.
I'm not sure that arborvitae is just a thing to put out there.
No, not near.
Since the deer like it and will strip it up to 5 feet tall,
All right, I
all you
didn't-
have is
They have a
stems.
feast on arborvitae.
Okay.
Yeah.
We can certainly propose.
I guess I would just say we'll put our caveat if you can see it.
And I'd like
Yeah.
to see if you're not, it's probably one of the more informal areas along Nantum, is the corner of Nantum and Miles Standish. And your pool and the patio and everything are very square. Is there any way to make the outside sort of a little less square? So when people do see it, it doesn't look quite so formal. It's, as I say, it's probably one of the most informal areas.
I agree with you on the informality, but the idea is that the pool and its terrace should not be visible, period, end of story.
Right.
That's the goal. So if it's square or curvilinear, shouldn't make a difference because we're not supposed to see it.
We're not supposed to see the pool, at least.
Well, I mean, we could extend that to say pool or terrace.
And terrace.
Yeah. Oh,
Because it's, on that drawing, it's tough.
Jesse, you're on this, right?
Yeah.
Okay, go.
So I'm just looking at if this is a proper septic drawing and the date of the house. I mean, by the date of the house and looking at a leach pit here, this system's probably due to expire soon.
House is,
It is.
And
Sure.
He's right.
And so you may be missing an opportunity to relocate the septic system to where the pool is and putting the pool in the logical place with access between the two buildings, which would then give you more distance away from the road. So I mean, I would certainly, if you haven't looked into that, look into that. I think it's worth a viewing as well. It hasn't put on the view list. Yeah.
Oh, you got it.
And you may have a little wiggle room getting a little bit more, I guess it would be east to, closer to the leach pit, but not too much.
I think it's 20 feet
It's 20 and
Yeah.
to the coping.
you know,
And it's
Pretty
1
close,
inch
yeah.
equals 10 feet, I think. Yeah, so basically he's there.
Yeah.
He's 2 inches
Yeah,
away.
we tried to put it as
Or,
states.
maybe it's just minimizing the patio on the western side of the pool to add more vegetation, because that's, how many feet of vegetation that is? That's 10 feet of vegetation.
There's
Then
about
you-
10 feet, and then again, there's another 10 feet.
Another 10 feet of natural vegetation that's not your property.
Correct.
I mean, I think it's be worth a view.
Okay.
And mark the pool out.
I mean, I don't need to see that, but if someone else does, that's fine.
Thank you, Jesse. John?
Yes, question. Is the pool gonna have a, roll-up on it?
Per the current plan, we hadn't contemplated that. I can certainly.
He's got fencing.
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
There's fencing buried in the...
Fencing.
Yeah. All right, so what do we want to do with this, folks?
Hold for review.
Okay. View with any specific things, stake in the pool, or just going out and checking out the site?
I'd like to see a couple of stakes, at least we know where
Could
we're
you just
looking
do
at,
that?
what we
That
can
would
see.
make it more clear.
And I think you should consider more than a 4-foot fence from the street, putting something in front of that.
Sure.
Because as you can see, you'll see the pool over a 4-foot fence, I do believe, on either
let me-
side of this house.
Could you say that again, Val? So
If you look at the picture, I don't know if you got these, Ray.
Yeah, I saw that.
It's wide open.
Yes.
A 4-foot fence isn't really gonna do much
Oh,
to.
got it. Right, I agree with that. He does have some evergreen along a certain length of it, but not the whole thing. Good point, thank you. All right, so reviewing with a couple of stakes in the ground, and maybe you can supplement the vegetation on the new Nantucket site.
Aye.
And, yeah, I'd look into the
Yeah,
date of your septic system
sure, right. They might mandate it.
as soon as you open the permit.
Okay, so Val, that was a motion, right?
Yeah.
All those in favor of Val's motion?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thank you.
Ray, that was the last one.
Yeah, thanks, John. Okay, 23 Center Street. Has this been heard?
No,
It was opened, yeah.
It was opened and reviewed?
Yeah.
All right, so who do we got?
My name's Nathan Scarrett.
No,
Sorry.
I didn't. We'll hear that in a second.
Very eager.
I've meant, who's on my board here?
This is Paul, Coombs, McLaughlin, Oliver, Welch, or Dutra.
I'm up, I guess.
You're
guess
on
I'm
it.
up.
Yeah, because Jesse was just on. Okay. Now we can have your name.
Nathan Scarrett.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You, could I have your last name again?
Scarrett, S-K-E-I-T-T,
Got some comments.
sorry.
And you're with NII?
I am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, yeah, this is the, yeah, okay, I know, this is, Patina, right?
Two different things.
Yeah, so HSAB says, please stick with Essex Green, you wanted black, right?
Yeah, the tenant does.
Yeah.
So, which,
we're not
as a-
turning all of Nantucket town into black.
yep. As a company, we're totally okay with that. Yeah.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
So the tenant would like to paint it a different color to differentiate.
From Olivella, because there's a store next to it that has access screen, and people keep walking into the store thinking that it's Olivella.
Would the board be amenable to a different approved color to differentiate between
Yes.
the two?
Yeah,
So almost anything except black.
They wanna paint this black so that it looks different from the Essex green.
No.
But
hey,
plenty of colors, white, blue,
yeah,
yellow,
Folger blue or.
Folger Blue is totally approvable.
jewelry.
And are you proposing that?
Now, I would just like to, I'll ask Carol, the owner of Patina.
Right.
Because that's, she asked if we could, if it was okay, we said yes. If it's nothing, if it's not in the feasible region and she doesn't want another color, we're fine.
Well, now
with
that we
the same.
understand the rationale,
Yeah.
I get it.
Yeah.
Um,
Nothing against Essex green, we don't wanna paint the town black.
yeah. That's an expression. No, it's painted town
Painted red, right?
I like that.
Okay, so should we just hold this
Yeah,
for,
motion to hold for them
for
to,
you to have a conversation?
Yeah, totally. Right?
All right,
that's my motion.
all right. Val's motion is to hold this for the applicant to talk to the tenant and work out which other color other than black would be feasible for them. All those in favor?
Right.
Yes, sir.
These colors I'm looking at now,
Yeah.
that's already on?
That's Essex
It's
green.
Essex green, yeah.
So John, the store right next to them is also Essex green, and people keep walking into it thinking it's the same store. So they want to make a different color so that,
Remember what color they had?
well, they don't know yet. They're gonna come back. All right. So all those in favor of Val's motion?
Aye.
All right. Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right. 24 Clarendon.
Welcome. Hello.
Town is gonna start to look like pianos. Black, white, black, white, black,
Ebony
white.
and Ivory. They're not
Real
gonna.
estate,
They're
real estate,
they are
real
definitely
estate,
not
black,
gonna
white.
choose white.
Do you know how many real estate offices there are in this
Not enough. Apparently.
Getting the feel.
Has this been heard? Have you been here yet?
So it was new business, and I didn't know I would have to be there.
Yeah.
Million
Okay,
dollars.
so we're reviewing this as a new application. Let's see, TJ, it's you. You're up.
whole two-story.
Did you get one of these?
Well, almost.
I got it.
Oh. Okay. TJ's our associate on this one. You're looking for a roof walk on a house on Clarendon. Okay.
Name for the record, please.
Jared Smith.
Thank you.
No, it's just the eastern side.
I'm guessing you're proposing it as natural weather cedar.
Yep.
And how do you get to it?
It would have to be through a hatch that I would have installed. And,
Val, that was John, supposed to be John's comment.
Oh, sorry.
Thanks a lot.
but I
John always wants to know where the hatch is.
don't have it shown.
Well, you're gonna have to tell us where it
Yeah.
goes.
Preferably not on the front.
Okay,
rear.
so I'll put it on the rear.
Yes,
I
sir.
can probably do that.
I think the only question is where the hatch is gonna go, it meets the requirements for a full 2.5 story.
I
So
agree with that,
suggest
John.
holding this till next week, for the first thing next week,
Well,
let him come back.
he's gonna let us know where the hatch goes.
Yeah, we might be able to do it through staff.
Yeah, and it sounds like,
I can put it.
what is the
I have-
front and what is the back of this?
So the front used to be Berkeley,
Uh-huh.
and then at some point they changed that into yard, and now the front is on Clarendon. So it has.
So when I'm looking, which elevation, you have the northeast elevation, which I can't imagine is the front.
No, that's the side.
So why don't we put the hatch back there so people can't see it? It's either gotta go on this side or the other side, the other east end. Can't go there. And is this the so-called front?
That is the other side.
Oh, so the gable end
So
is
the
what's
front,
facing.
front now is from on this side,
Alright,
and then this was the old front. Now this is the back.
yeah, it looks like it.
Apparently it's gonna be on the northeast or southwest side.
That's right, John. And so, in terms of visibility from public way, is the northeast less visible? The other thing that you've got going is one has an intersecting gable, so it's gonna be more difficult for framing to get it on this side than on this side. You okay with that?
Sure, yeah,
Just someplace under here,
okay.
alright?
So which side are we putting?
Okay, so unless there's any further comments.
I have one.
Okay.
Sorry.
But just to put this one issue to bed, northeast elevation,
Yep,
someplace under the roof walk there would be where the hatch would be.
okay,
Okay, northeast.
yep.
Put on the application, the size of it.
Sure.
Okay, you got more to do. You wanna bring it back, or you wanna do it tonight?
Well, we can do it, well, maybe we can do it tonight. Let's see. Val, what was your
I
comment?
do think we could approve it through staff,
Yeah,
but he has to have the roof walk reflect how it's really, with the posts going all the way through,
it's true.
as opposed to with the band intersecting it,
this
and
is
then a
the way
third
roof walks
post
are
in the
built.
middle.
Okay.
And, right, you wanna have another post coming down
Oh,
like
you
that,
did that.
Yeah,
just like that.
Okay.
Okay? So,
You should put it on one of the drawings.
Val just wrote it up.
yeah, we're gonna, John, we're gonna
Through.
have, this is gonna be through a staff. Three posts that run continuous from top to bottom, right? And a roof walk hatch like right here.
What's the size of it? 2 by 3? 3
It'd
by 3?
have to be like 2.5 by 3 to get through it.
You gotta write it
2
down
feet
in
is
the
too narrow.
application or in
Yeah, we
the
can
plan.
make it conditional of the approval.
the skylight. It's not a skylight, I think it can be bigger.
No, he's okay.
Okay.
30 inches is fine.
Okay.
That's usually what.
So one of the issues I have in the house is there's a fan right in the middle there.
Yeah.
Inside, so it kind of limits, you know, I don't wanna be, can't
By
walk
what?
through a hatch that has a fan.
Might take the head off.
Yeah.
I don't, so what are you suggesting?
So, it would just, it wouldn't, it would have to be towards the either side
Oh,
of,
that's fine. As
long
long
as
as
it's on that
on
side,
that
okay.
side and underneath the roof wall.
okay.
And
So
I
it
got
wants
it
to be
30
underneath the
inches
roof
by
wall.
something, what's the other?
No, I wouldn't put a
Three,
size.
3 feet.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
Anywhere on that side of the roof.
they're not gonna make it any
Underneath the
bigger
roof
than
wall.
they need to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay?
I'll say that.
Here's an exhibit A.
Perfect. Okay. And we have natural to weather, right? It was requested natural to weather.
Yeah,
Okay, very good. So does somebody want to make a motion referencing Exhibit A?
I will. Motion to approve through staff per Exhibit A with the access on the northeast side under the roof walk where the applicant chooses to put it.
Great, perfect.
Do you wanna-
All those in
Do you
favor?
want to include the
Size?
corrected drawings,
Oh,
the corrected drawings per exhibit A?
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so that was the motion?
Aye.
All those in favor?
Aye.
You're good to go. Any questions, John can help you out in the office.
Thank you.
Okay, 8 Salros. Anybody?
Oh,
You want to represent that, Lisa?
no.
Okay, so we're gonna hold that for,
I'm sorry.
oh, why?
Motion to hold number 5 for representation.
Thank you, Val. All those in favor?
Aye.
He wasn't here.
Okay, David Silva.
Is he here?
No.
No?
no,
All right,
Motion to
so,
hold 6 and 7 for applicant.
yep, all those in favor?
aye.
Aye. Walter Glowacki? No.
Well,
I would think Nancy would be here for this. No?
no,
Okay, we gotta hold that one too?
Hold number 8.
Can I- Thank you, Jesse. All those in favor of Jesse's motion to hold item number 8?
Aye.
Aye. Niels is not here. Anybody else other than Niels to represent?
Where are we?
We are.
We're on number 9.
We're on number 9.
Oh, okay. You said Niels and I was looking at Jan Leschkin. Who? wait,
Oh, Niels,
Sorry.
Niels is the agent.
I'm running a wee tab behind the
It's
curve
too
here.
fast for me to write. You got down 2 silver, 6 and 7. You hold them down.
Okay, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Actually, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. But now we haven't taken a motion on 9 yet, so can somebody?
Motion to hold for representation.
Thank you. All those in favor? Aye. All right. So John, just to be clear, 5 through 9 all hold for representation, and now we got Mark
Thank you.
Catona, 81 Vestal.
If you don't get here before 7 o'clock.
Is Paul, Coombs, McLaughlin, Oliver, and Welch.
Right?
Watterson's an alternate.
Hold this for.
For more information on the grading.
Great.
Yeah, right.
Mark, thank you. Mark Catone representing the applicant. So we held this for grading plan. We got a little feedback on the structures, but they were terribly alarming. The comment was they were generally fit for the neighborhood, but we needed to look at grading more closely. We took the time to actually work with Bracken Engineering to make sure that we're getting a proper grading plan in place. So this is reflective of the notes that we gathered up working with them. Yeah.
Sorry, can I interrupt you?
Please.
Did you say HSAB reviewed this?
No.
No.
No. What do you say, something structures?
We reviewed the structure and gave them feedback.
That's correct.
Oh,
You
okay.
did. Yeah,
Okay,
this
I
board.
thought it was historic structures. Okay, sorry, go on.
And to make sure we're in ridge height compliance with the grading plan, so we did work with Bracken's office on this. Your grading plan is at the first page, and then I think there was an additional request to also have from Steve a cross section through the site, which is the last page, I believe, of the package, which kind of illustrates where the house will sit on the property and how the cut and fill will work. First floor elevation, just so you have a sense of where that sits, will be at 39 feet 2 inches, is actually what we calculated. Vestal sits at about 46 on average, so you get a sense of
7
how,
feet higher.
yeah, the road itself. So this will sit considerably down off the road to make that work.
Whoa.
Not unlike sort of the neighboring house actually sits down off the road as well.
Or just a clarification on your grading.
Yeah.
The red lines are changes.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then we tried to blow up the contour notes on there in red as well, just in a sense of where they're going. So the idea is to kind of, get you down that drive. We've got driveway at about 37, and there's a bit of a retaining that will be on the back side and some natural vegetation between the road and that retaining wall to get the driveway to work. Then we kind of try and level out to accommodate the building footprint, and then it will roll off a bit as we move north or towards the back of the property where we have a couple of smaller retaining walls, just so they can pick up a little bit of yard space so everything just doesn't completely roll away back there.
So on the front, the retainage holds back the earth from the house, and on the rear, the retainage holds back the house from the lower grade.
That's correct.
And hopefully it doesn't cause the neighbor any problems.
It shouldn't. We married up all the grades back to obviously the abutting property, and the owner of this lot owns the middle lot, and
Oh
therefore.
no, I was thinking the one on Duke's,
Oh,
down low.
I think so.
Is that Carrie?
No, I think they're further back from that
neighbor?
limit.
Go back with it.
It's an empty lot right now. Yeah, according to the paper split
It's gonna
anyway.
be wetlands.
No, it should actually hold up the water.
If anything, it actually should mitigate it a little bit.
I think it's well thought out. Thank you for taking the extra effort.
He's the best.
So the grade is gonna step down here a little bit with some retainage, so it'll be a platform.
Do we have any heights
Yeah, no,
on
we
it?
have to do this at our house as well, so you get it.
First,
It can be done.
No,
did we? We got 28 feet, 22 feet.
Oh, there was a request for more trim by Diane around the front door. That's actually the only comment I had.
Okay, folks. Who's ready?
I am.
Go for it, Stephen.
Mark, appreciate the additional information with respect to grade. I think the door change is appropriate. Noting a lot of this isn't gonna be visible. Most of what you're gonna see on the structure is the top of the roof, or the top of the second story. I have no concerns.
Okay, thanks.
I concur with my colleague.
Oh, hang on, John?
Yeah, I think it's fine design for the neighborhood. My only question is in the front door, the bottom of it, the bottom 2/3
Yeah.
should have paneling and not solid.
Oh, what's there now?
Keep the door, but change that to
Uh,
40.
so John, right now there's one panel there. Did you wanna see more than one panel?
No, you
wants to
get
see
the one that
maybe-
usually has the 6 up top, and most of them come with paneling in it.
B-match or something.
Oh, you mean like boards?
Yeah, right, yeah.
Oh, okay, we can do that. You all right with that, Mark?
That's it.
All right, so
The rest
V
of it looks
groove.
good. Thank you.
So it sounds like we can get this approved simply.
What did he want about that?
John would like for the motion to include adding V-groove panel or V-groove boards into the panel on the entry door.
Thank
You know, we do.
Yeah.
Okay? Can somebody make that motion?
So moved.
Thank you. Motion is to approve simply by adding V-groove boards into the panel on the front door. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Garage studio.
I said aye.
Yeah, we reviewed that. We opened it.
Little exercise.
That's correct.
Yeah. Make sure everyone's confident.
You know, I just wanted to comment that we have a wall here. It's been quite a time since we've had a poem. Remember we had a poem a while back? I've been keeping track of the best poem for the award. So I just want to encourage people to get on the stick because we only got one submission so
This is a
far.
poetry, Jake.
The solar array that came in on
That's what it
first
was.
way, I think.
Yeah.
But Chip Webster comes in with the storybook.
Chip's storytelling time, so
Whoa,
there's
whoa, whoa,
another
wait.
category.
Wait a second. Those are John's stories.
That is true.
Chip
said they
reads
were.
them, but they're John's stories.
Spoken word poetry.
Yeah.
He said they were
Sorry, Chip. just
John's.
joking.
Okay. Thank you. So we should be more diligent about the poetry part of this.
Good poem.
Pretty simple. This is
Mark
what
Catone again and representing the applicant. This was reviewed briefly at the last note before you. I think Val described it as darling in the minutes. So
And that's
we-
official.
We didn't make any changes. The building will kind of nestle into the site. Actually, one part of it will actually kind of retain a little bit of the berth on the west elevation.
View is going to be seen from the street.
This one.
And again, we'll sit down.
Mark, I just have a question for you on your garage second floor plan.
Yeah.
Oh, there's your first. So your up arrow is in the wrong area.
Oh,
Your up arrow points.
yeah. Sorry, it should say down.
I just,
Yeah, that's.
I was just looking at it thinking,
We can we can make that revision.
The HDC doesn't have the best interest in that.
Okay, any other comments on this?
No, I
Yes,
think the only objection I have, you can't see anyway on the west, east, and north, separating those small windows up in the tip of the top. You won't be able to see them anyway, right?
So you're okay with that?
Yeah.
All right,
Similar question.
John.
Why are the windows so close to the floor?
Oh,
On the west elevation,
yeah.
the floor line's actually down,
Way down
in,
there.
in here. We're actually we're gonna build this slightly into the side property. it'll actually retain the earth. The earth will come up here, but the slab is down below. So when I stand inside, I can look out that window. Yeah.
Does it have to have a window?
I have. It's in a powder room. It provides some light to the interior space. And,
Motion to approve is submitted.
What the light on?
natural light.
Motion to approve.
But John makes the motion.
John got you. All those in favor of John's motion to approve it?
Aye.
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 Okay, now the pool, bless you.
He didn't say anything about anything, did he?
Bless you.
Well, I have one for you on Sanity Road.
Is that how they typed it in? On Sankaty?
Sanity Road,
I know, tomorrow night the games begin.
85 North Sanity.
We're going to the Coastal Keeping History Above Water Conference.
Oh,
Oh, thanks, you guys.
it's the independent.
Yes, that's the itinerary. You can go to this.
Diane's working hard.
I actually gave my,
It's like a 2-day, all day.
Yeah.
I gave my ticket up to somebody else on the waiting list. I can't go for both days.
Holy crap, there was a
Seems
waiting
fair.
list?
Yeah.
Wow,
What day
People are
are you
bringing money
going?
from, to come from all over. the
that
country.
is great.
It didn't make sense to go for one day.
Okay,
I was gonna go Friday, but
so now we're on for a pool.
Correct.
I know you got it.
I'm getting ready to print
So this will sit down at elevation 37, so slightly down from the house.
Happy birthday. Twice, happy birthday.
I don't have anything. Motion to approve.
Well, can I, hang on.
Yeah.
I think we need more drawings or something.
If I'm standing on Vestal Street,
Yeah.
looking down between the garage that we just approved and the house that we just approved, it looks like there's literally nothing other than some vegetation up here to screen from down here. Am I correct?
He's saying, in what area, sorry?
Where's the?
Oh, in
goal
between
center?
here?
Let's just say that I was standing, like right here.
Yeah.
Couldn't I just look straight on down and, there's like nothing in the way, right?
Well, other than there is, I mean, granted the property line starts up here, but the road is out here. I know they want to keep as much of that vegetation as possible, the buffer from the road. So a lot of this, and they'll be introducing. So I think there is a suggestion that we're going to keep all the vegetation around that.
All right,
not
so
open it up. to the
would
road,
you
or if
be
wanna
okay
make
with our stipulation?
Absolutely, yeah. They don't want to be
All right.
exposed to the road.
Okay.
Yeah,
Are you having a fence or a?
Here is
Auto
the
cover.
Ray,
It's an
Ray.
Okay.
The section might show.
I mean, I'm fine as long as,
If it's gonna be seen, he'll come back and tell us
Right.
how he's
yeah,
gonna
he'll,
screen.
Yeah,
he'll
absolutely.
supplement the vegetation. John, did you want to make a
I have
comment
one
on the
thought,
pool?
yes, maybe forget it. There's no other fencing in here?
Not along the front
Or
side
dog
anyway,
or
correct.
anything like that?
Yeah, it'll just be
Right,
retained.
how,
in the
where,
back.
how would the air conditioner?
Oh, great question.
Ray has it, or TJ.
Tour.
You're gonna have to fence them if you might build it.
We'll see. I can get a couple pockets, probably back in here, to be honest. I actually think they'll be right there. Inside the within the setback there.
I think they were recently excluded.
If they can sit in
You're
the setback.
kidding me. I think
They
you.
may have been imagining that.
I think you are. No, they
Yeah, that's all
used to be
excited.
excluded, and then they made a point of changing the zoning so that they had to be inside of the setback.
Yeah, I think it got.
That was a few years ago.
It was brought up, and then I think it got pulled for review.
Yeah.
I think they make it kind
I
of.
mean, yes, John.
Item A could be air conditioners are marked on plan A, that they be in this corner.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so are we going to approve the pool
Motion.
plan with the AC condensers as per Exhibit A?
Motion.
Is that, okay, so John,
Those usually go with the pool.
they're on the plan. Okay, so John's motion is to approve the pool as submitted with the addition of the AC units which are located on Exhibit A. All those in favor of John's,
Aye.
Okay,
all those in favor of John's
Exhibit
motion,
A.
aye. Okay, now we're off to Sanity
This
Road.
both of them.
Wednesday night.
This was heard last week.
Okay, so, oh, it was heard last week. All right, so we have a board on this.
I think Abby was
Uh-oh.
on
This
that
is-
board, but not here.
Oh, Coombs, McLaughlin, Oliver, Watterson, Welch, or Dutra.
Jesse?
Okay.
If you go to the last page of the packet when you're ready, again, Mark Catone representing the applicant. We did a summary of all the elevations, comparing them to what was submitted last week to what is before you tonight. To the left is proposed, to the right was what was previously submitted. That helps. I think the comments were, concerns were generally, it might not feel sconcy enough, if it was one way of maybe putting it. Needed a little bit more charm. You like the scale of the rear mast, maybe the front mast had to be softened up a little bit. So we've added porch and additional first floor brake lines and appendages. Introduced a chimney to the main mast as well. And some additional changes to the south elevation.
Shingled those,
So,
Yeah, the connectors have been shingled, correct?
Mark,
Yep.
for me, it's still the connector pieces
Mm-hmm.
that are anomalous to sconce it. I think those either have to go way down or you have to suck up some of that space, making the main mast wider.
Okay.
It's just too unusual, I think. But maybe no one else feels that
No,
way.
I thought we mentioned that about making these two things right here.
You mentioned it, yeah. We tried to hit 9 out of 10 items.
If that's your main mast. Did that work out all right?
Well, you'd have to change this roof line.
Yeah, the root, it's
Yeah.
the benefit of those connectors is the separation of those gables from the main roof mass. It makes it a little easier to transition, obviously.
Well, I get that, but
Yeah.
it makes the main mass look super skinny, and then that's just, it's an atypical,
Yep,
connection.
right.
All
But
right,
the rest of it, I think, is fine.
and, who's on, TJ, are you on it, or?
I am, yeah.
Yeah,
What, did you revise your color scheme at all, or?
Yeah, I think we had come into you with gray, black.
Gray and black last time.
Yeah, and we would probably go with white on white, which I think was your first
Oh,
choice.
okay, yeah,
first
that's a
concept.
great choice.
Yeah,
I also agree with Val on the massing and the connector pieces.
okay.
I almost think you could drop those to story and a half, like E-forward masses with like gable dormers or something.
Mm-hmm.
Something like that. But I think it reads funny and very, like a huge wall, like very monolithic
Okay.
in elevation. And otherwise, I'm thinking, yeah, that's it. That's my comments.
Okay.
all right. Johnny?
Yeah. All she windows are marked and fixed.
That's
You're
correct.
right, too. Very well.
And. That's the pool?
That's correct.
What size is it?
I don't remember off the top of my head. It's probably 15 by 30.
Big. That, you got the roll,
That actually, there is a fence around that. It probably will have an auto
There is
cover
a
as well,
fence
though.
around it.
Yes, it's both.
thank you.
Okay. Jeff?
I know we're not usually trying to make things bigger, but, I'm just throwing this out there. What if we made the main mast a little wider?
That's what I just said.
Oh, And maybe throw some shutters on it or something, just to make it feel more sconcy.
Something, do you want to see it come back with, and
I
asking
think
for minor revisions?
Yeah, and
Alright.
I just have another concern, and
Yeah.
I'm not, the gable mass on the right, the window seems sort of lost in that facade, whereas on the left, I don't know, it just seems like there's a lot of shingle there. Does the window move up?
It does not, it's aligned with the others.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just
You
a,
want, could
it's
you
a
put-
higher plate.
Could you put two in?
Possibly, yeah. It looks like we're,
Elevation is that?
The west.
I'm sure I can make that work.
Well, it might look different too when you
Yeah,
make
See
it.
what
make
you think.
revisions, right.
Anyway, may I have a motion for hold for minor revisions?
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mark, very much.
Thanks, Diane. Okay, 76 Pulpus.
Have we looked at this?
No, it was up last week and I couldn't make the meeting, so I'm back.
Okay, so, all right. For both of them.
76 Pulpus Road, that's
It was Murray's house.
up there?
It's a ranch with that garage on the, it's
Not
like,
on the
sort of-
right-hand side with the,
it's on the left as you're going out, right
Yeah.
after Rabbit Run.
yes,
It's
okay. I was thinking you, oh, John Murray. Murray.
No, this
Is that
was
beyond?
Bruce and Cindy.
Oh, this
Yeah,
just.
and I don't know who
No,
the
I
original
said this
owners
was
were.
on the market for a while. Must have just sold. I think. 76 Pulpus, let's grab.
Right after Rabbit Run, it's on the left, in the trees.
On the left
it's
as
a
we're going
ranch.
out.
You can hardly really see it. Yeah, on
No,
the left
I'm
as you're
just,
going out.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Oh, okay.
Did you bring M&M's?
Really?
Where
Where put it?
Oh, yes.
On what I know by part.
Where, on the strong way?
They share all the.
On the street side, right, okay. I didn't know you guys were looking.
We've been looking.
This one,
This might have to go
it's
through the rotary.
kind of a nightmare because there's a massive fireplace, brick inside that's not just a fireplace.
I think,
Thing, and
we could motion to, demo or move.
Is there any further discussion on the demo or move off of the current ranch-style house at 76 Pulpus Road?
This was built maybe 25, 28 years ago by Ralph Murray from Murray's Liquor. That's all I can tell you.
Did he live in it
Oh, yeah.
for himself?
He passed on his wife.
yeah, it does, it says right.
Okay, but you're okay with the move off or demo?
You lend no architectural history to the structure,
Okay.
the area.
All right, so did somebody make a motion or?
Neil Parent did.
I did.
All right.
Motion to move off or demo.
Thank you. All those in favor of Val's motion to move off or demo of the current house? Aye. Okay, now on to the new dwelling.
Yes. And I did a quick overlay that I can pass out a couple, just to show the location of the new, where the old is the heavy dashed line. Just to show you, we're sort of pushing a little bit further away from sort of
it's
the
right at the
access
corner
to the
there.
property.
Yeah.
We're shifting up a little bit to gain a little more solitude from the road.
Oh, that's interesting. So the footprint of your building is actually smaller than the footprint of the current building.
A bit, but we're going 2
You're
stories.
gonna live here.
Yeah.
I know, but you always
Yeah.
focus right north, to face
It's nice.
the street.
No.
Yeah, the south will face the street.
South will face the street, that's
Yeah.
because it's on that side of the road.
Yeah,
one.
there's, land bank or conservation land behind Rabbit Run. I think you might all be familiar with Rabbit Run.
Yeah,
Dirt road. There's really not many neighbors around here to sort of give context to the neighborhood. To the far side from town next door is a building that I pulled the drawing just to see the height of it, because our building max height is 28 feet at 42 feet long. That's our main mass ridge, and next door is 30 feet high. Sure. Their max ridge is 30 with a lower of just under 28 feet. So we're keeping sort of in context in terms of scale of next door height-wise, as well as lengthwise.
What are the colors,
Black sash, Nantucket gray trim. They're 2/2, so the sash, it's not a lot of black. I think the 6/6 black is not something that is great, but at all. So yeah, Nantucket gray. We started with I.
That's all right. Can I be added now?
Yeah.
Nantucket gray, black sash, wood roof. Pretty simple, lots of additive massing as far as I can see. Porch roofs, pretty. Yes, I just did. Demo this one.
You know, there's some stuff with this porch that I don't quite understand. I wonder if it's a drafting thing.
Which one? In
The
front?
entry porch, the sort of wraparound porch.
There's a flat corner. Does that answer it?
Aha.
We're flattening at the corner so we can wrap around.
Wait, you're saying so,
Yeah,
like
in there.
right here
Yep.
is flat?
Yep. Because that's interior. Some of it's interior. Is that
Some of,
making
when you
sense?
say some of that's
I
interior.
think that's correct.
Where?
That some of it's interior.
Okay, if you look at the southeast elevation
Yeah.
in the front door,
Uh-huh.
and see how the porch wraps around to the left-hand side?
Yeah, no, it's
Yeah.
not interior. I was wrong in that, but it is flat in that corner. You can see it on the second floor plan.
But Carrie, it doesn't really need to be, I don't think.
Well, I didn't want it to.
Like, all you gotta do is go like this.
Yeah, and I didn't really like that look as well as I like the flat. I could.
You can also do like fudge the pitch of the return and still get a,
Right.
other bastard hit right. The framers know.
Bastard hit. I've never
That's
heard
so
that, but that's like
diffi-
the
I don't
perfect
think-
name for it.
Yeah, I don't think we'd want to do a bastard hip. If we have to bring it,
Well, I just wanted to understand what I was looking at, because it
Yeah.
wasn't making sense to me. All right,
Oh, yeah, I see it, so that's kind of weird.
I guess it would be most evident if you looked at the second floor plan, which
Yeah.
I have not yet done. So you're gonna have like
You'll
a
see
little
that little piece.
square of flat roof
right,
that
yeah.
that
So
infills
it
that
could
corner.
raise up and be high. Why did you here? It just,
Would it be the same height as over there?
yeah.
So here's what goes, like you do like this, right?
Yeah, And you just have that
Why
extended
didn't you
piece.
wanna do that?
I just preferred it this way. The perspective shows it pretty well.
Here's the other
But
funny
it can
thing.
do either. I don't have a window
See
that I'm
this
trying
right
to
here?
accommodate. Yeah, that goes up.
It does, but when you look at your elevation,
Is it
look,
not?
I don't wanna like
No, you're right.
mince
It's not
this too
drawn
fine,
correctly on
you know,
this
but
one.
that's really gonna be going up like that.
Yep.
In fact, it's gonna go up as high as that would if we had done it that way.
Well, if that's the
and
only thing that's bugging you.
Okay, so that's the thing the thing that does for me is it makes that piece read as like that it's coming out. It gives it dimension that having that thing go straight, the porch go straight across does not do. But look, I really asked that question by way of clarification. But I'm gonna let the other members speak first. So, with that, is there anyone who wants to start out on this one? Now
I
that
will.
I've already started out. Okay, thank you, Val.
Carrie, is there any way that, it seems like all the fascia lines up, it'd be, in my mind, a benefit if something could drop down, even if it was like 6 inches? So that it's more of an additive mass as opposed to,
Drop this piece down. Leave the main mass. And
That's a good idea.
drop.
you see what I'm saying?
I do, and I do.
Which
I
one do you suggest
anticipate.
dropping?
Well, I think the main mass should stay the main mass. That's the rear, but then the
This.
gable forward. Yeah.
To do those
Then,
windows there, though.
Yeah.
So
I'll tell you.
it's just,
An easy one would
it
be-
doesn't read like
Yeah.
additive massing to me without doing something like that.
Yeah. Then I'm just concerned about if we did it with just the main, the front gable, do we have to do it with the side wing as well?
I mean the one with the single window. This.
Yeah. Or maybe just
Well,
that one.
okay.
Maybe
Well,
just
that's up
that.
to you.
Let's not try
yeah.
and solve it at the table just yet. So Val, that was your eave heights is one issue. Do you have any others?
Well, I think because that's the side that we'll see,
Yes.
it's important to at least read as some additive massing there.
Okay.
It's, yeah.
Okay. Diane, you ready?
Yeah, on the front elevation, on your gable, just to the right of the main door there, can you separate those 2 windows down on the first floor just to, you have an awful lot of sort of single space with nothing in it. That, or separate the B windows up in the gable over the front door, maybe move those windows out so they were above the windows down on the first floor.
You know, Diane,
Yeah,
I think that if you actually did that,
yeah,
it would beg for a third window.
Window,
reserved
yeah,
for
well, I'm
two.
not saying you have to stick with the 2
Okay.
windows, whatever seems to fit in.
We put three.
I'd like, well, I suppose it's, yeah, you're going to, on the front door, what's your black and gray thoughts?
Black door, gray trim, Nantucket gray trim.
Okay, you're going to have 4 panes of glass, and then the 3 or 2 panels below.
Yep.
Okay,
And side lights.
and then the side light.
Right.
There was one, oh, I know, on this one, which is the southwest, the C windows in the little gable, I think those might look better as B windows.
Bigger?
Yeah. Bigger than the C's.
Okay.
You could choose, the size of the B or the A doesn't look to be that big, and keep the 2 C's that are underneath the porch are fine, but I just think the ones out in front would be better larger. And I think for the moment, that's all that hits my eye.
Okay, what hurts your eye? Thank you, Diane.
No, it's her eye.
Hits my eye.
That's funny, I thought you said hurts your eye. TJ, you have anything to offer?
Yes, I liked Ray's take on the front porch, and I agree with Val on the additive massing, and I actually think your ridge height is not so tall that you couldn't boost, actually raise the main mast roof 8 or 9 inches.
Right.
And that way you're not interfering with your window head heights on the other masses.
I'd prefer that.
I like that
Because
suggestion.
you're 26 feet, and that's not.
Well, actually,
Oh, no,
28.
we're at 28
Oh,
with
you're
our
at
main mass.
28. I like
26
20.
is to the side mass.
Right. But next door is 30, so if we got to 29 on that, I wonder if that would be
Where's that house?
horrible.
I thought you had a picture.
Here you go. The only other thing I'm looking at, I think the house looks great. 2 things actually. Is it would be nice if those B windows flanking the front door were maybe A windows. Just gives it, not incredibly important, but could be, a nice thing. And I'm looking at your northwest elevation, kind of the back side of the house, and you have that kind of recess with a little roof. What is that?
Sorry. Oh, it's because that piece comes forward.
Yeah.
And there's a little, if you look on the plan, you'll be able to understand it. We have a separation between the masses, and it's a ground cover issue, because we can't cover any more ground than the existing building that we're gonna move off for demo.
Okay.
So we're trying to,
I bet you could run that gable all the way into the, you know what I mean? Would it count as ground cover if you just ran this gable straight into the wall?
I think it would.
I
Like
mean,
a
just the
porch?
roof?
It would just be a porch,
Yeah,
just
the
in
roof.
that little section.
Yeah.
All right. TJ, are you talking about
Yeah,
doing
that's
this?
what I'm talking about.
That's something, that
That
is
shouldn't be ground cover.
That would not, if it's an open porch.
just,
an
but a
overhang.
4-foot porch that's like in a,
Oh, you could
It's,
put
it's,
your
it's
AC unit.
completing.
put like a palace guard stuffed in there, which is a big hat.
All right,
Perfect
let's
idea.
move
Okay,
along
yeah.
instead of
Nutcracker statue.
All right.
Put the beach chairs.
arguing.
Okay. So, let's see, TJ, is John?
Yeah, I have a couple of comments. On the northeast elevation, A 2.1. The doorway, the front door is basically, it's a 3'8" door. Plus, it's got 7'6" overall. It seems like it's got too much stored in this small area. If you could drop the door back to a 3 foot, it makes a difference because of your post, make it look wider, that area.
Yeah, I
It's-
think
it's
just on the
change-
straight on
Let me
elevation,
finish.
you're right.
Either go to the, change the door size, or get rid of the side lights, you know? Because there's so much,
42, yeah.
and change the door, because I think the door, when the building is completed, will be highly visible.
I wonder if we
good with
move the
36.
posts out to be, just between the window and doors,
When you got 5
that
here,
might also, accomplish what you're talking about,
Oh,
John,
no.
rather than reducing the size of the door.
5 posts closes it in, but not enough.
All right.
I think
But
go
a
3
3-foot
feet on the
doorway
door.
3-0 on the door is fine, and then side lights.
Maybe 2 panels in the below and 4 panels and 2 on top, regular M106 doors. Would fit more in there in its width, 3 foot. Cut the back.
Yeah. we
The
can
rest
go
of it,
3-0.
looks a typical house for that area. But I can see, I like the harmony of the windows in it, perfect, you know? But I would like to see something done with that door
Okay,
myself.
all right, thank you, John.
Yeah.
All right, so it sounds like a couple of tweaks to this and we should be okay. Do we wanna hold this for some couple of revisions?
Yeah.
See what they come up with? All right, whose motion is that?
I'll make it.
All right. All those in favor of Val's motion to hold for some revisions?
Aye.
Gotta keep busy.
Thanks, guys, and I'm off the next two.
Thanks, everyone.
Diane's to you.
see
I
it.
don't think making the building taller is a good idea.
I thought it was 26.
It's,
Probably not.
They have 10-foot first floor, they can certainly lower something. And the second floor heights are all 8 feet. It's
Hi.
I couldn't find my file, so.
Are we talking, we're talking pools today,
Yeah.
right? All right.
They're pretty well tucked behind both buildings.
The Chilean pool.
Let me just read to you what HACCP says. Yeah, it says, we question view from the cemetery. Cemetery looks over wires as it is higher. Where is the pool equipment going? Fence between garage and house should be a solid board fence and 5 feet to block the view. AC units, where are they? That is all the stuff.
Is there a reason it went to them, even though it's not in the historic district? It's
we-
just outside of it.
Yeah, I wasn't sure.
Anyway, it
Touched
doesn't
or
matter.
not. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Doesn't matter, but
Not
it's
sure
not
what.
in the historic district. I just want to point that
Yeah, I
out.
think it's one off.
Yes.
I don't know.
Oh, where's the cemetery? Is that
Right
the-
across it's
green
across
block,
Wires
yeah.
Lane.
Oh, it's the old cemetery, the
Yeah. That's
on
a,
New Lane.
Yeah.
One out,
Okay,
yeah.
all right,
Yeah.
all right, now I know where we
I
are.
was just trying to think if.
it's a
when
little
they
dirt road that
expanded.
almost looks like a
Yeah.
driveway and it dead ends.
So where's the street? Here?
The street is at the bottom of the page.
Wires Way.
Do I have that? All right, hold on. I
Yeah.
don't- Yeah.
So you take a left off a new lane right after the cemetery.
Yeah. And then it dead ends into this piece of property.
I don't think we can see these.
No, not from.
It backs up to 2 other
So
pieces
this
of
is
property.
this is going to be subdivided or is subdivided into 2 lots.
That's right.
Have the move off already happened?
Yes.
What's that?
I mean, the buildings hasn't moved, but the approval has, and these 2 buildings have been approved already. Just the pools.
Stephen, I think you and Jesse know.
So, just to answer their questions, the AC units,
Well, I'm not sure where we're gonna put them yet. We might be doing geothermal. And there won't be
yeah,
any.
and that's sort of just tender of the wetland, so maybe you could just dig a hole and put a fence around it and
That's
you'll be all
right.
set.
We'll make sure that they're not visible from the front, because we wouldn't
Yeah.
want that either.
So,
The
does anybody have anything to say?
just another question. Is it the lot 41,383 number 1
Yeah,
that abuts the backside of these 2 pools? Is that a private lot?
the back side of these 2 pools.
Right here, basically. This empty lot here.
Yeah, it's owned by the people that actually face the other way, Stephen. Sorry, can I borrow this, John? I'll show you.
They face here.
No, the other people that face,
It's
it's owned by
Westchester.
this house,
Oh, okay.
owns that lot. So that faces Westchester, Jesse.
Okay.
Yeah. It's owned by them.
Whose turn is it, Steve, yours, or is it
Is that pretty heavily vegetated right now?
John, you?
No, I don't think so. They use it as a backyard. But I think there's a hedge, right? Isn't there a hedge between Wires Lane and the neighbor's yard?
Oh, I think I went.
Or is that wide open on that side?
Wires Lane and the neighbors.
Well, the 2 houses that you're doing in that, and the
No,
neighbor
that's
that
over-
this
this is
property
here.
Eric caretakes. Is there,
This
there's a-
lot.
Yes.
yeah, there's a hedge.
Big.
And
This
they
is the
use that lot
It's
for
just that
their
the
yard.
Houses are different, this is an old.
Which, cause I've got lot 1 with a building on it,
Road
Yes.
is here.
garage,
Right.
guest house.
Right.
And I got lot 2
Which is this.
with the And this is all lot one, and
Yeah.
that's all lot two.
That's right.
Okay.
And then this lot here belongs to the people that face Westchester Street, and
Right.
they have it as they use it as a yard.
Yeah. Okay,
This one.
so,
I-
John,
Do you have any comments?
What was it? Yes. I think I had the same question.
what's
It's
that?
for pool, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is it a roll pool or fence?
There's a fence. See, it's in the hedge.
Okay, where's the gate?
Right, there's one gate there.
Here, and here, and that's fence, and then gate in the privet.
Thank you.
Okay,
So ASAP, the question, they had a comment, they were concerned about the view from the cemetery, if I'm reading the
could
plan.
it be seen from the cemetery, because the cemetery looks over wires as it is higher, this is
Higher
what
by
it-
like 10 or 12 feet.
No. It's higher by two table height.
I was just seeing if you're awake, you know, just.
And it also is vegetated.
So my only comment on that then would be, based on the fact that this is behind two houses and behind the gate, is that, and across the street and so on and so forth, is that, you've got privet here that's existing.
No, we're gonna put that
Okay,
in.
so, I mean, I think based on the fact that it's behind the gate, you're not gonna see over the gate. Maybe you would, I doubt it. But in any event, it would be subject to, lack of visibility at time of inspection thereafter. That would be one suggestion. The other is, okay, so I see the privet is, the post and wire fence is either inside or buried in the privet.
Yeah.
I have no other comments.
Okay, so Val,
I have one other comment.
cause Val was just,
Can you hear me?
no, what
Apparently
were you
not.
going to say?
Anyway, where this property starts going in Wise Way, the cemetery is about 3 feet higher than this property.
It's about table height.
Quite a,
It
quite a difference there.
rounds up.
So have you got anything you'd like
I
to,
would motion to approve as submitted.
are you,
I would just, I agree with Steve's comments, and I would just add the pool equipment, since we don't know where it is, to that. And one minor little technicality, which doesn't even really affect us, you're gonna need 2 fences between those property lines.
Oh, right, yeah, I know. Well, or else you don't need a fence if they have auto covers anymore.
Or if they don't, if the auto
Yeah.
is an auto cover, you don't have to
Exactly,
worry about
which is probably what we'll do. The pool equipment would probably
and this is a
go,
very hard lot
yeah.
to see anything
it. Yeah, I agree.
from anyway. So now, the next one,
Well, I made a motion,
oh, I'm sorry,
so I would say I approve, the motion to approve with the caveat at the time of inspection, it
Yeah.
can't be seen and thereafter.
all those in favor?
I,
Anybody opposed? No. Okay, and the next one is the other lot.
well,
We even have
having
to open
looked
the
at
drawing.
it, with this one, I would make my same motion.
Yeah.
Yeah. I second that motion.
Thank you. All in favor of my
All-
motion?
I just trying to write this. All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Any opposed? So everybody's in favor.
Everybody's in favor.
No, cause I write what
Thank you.
I'm thinking and then it
Um,
doesn't make any sense.
Okay, JB.
Great, apple.
Hello.
Yes, please.
So we have
Major changes now.
We have a board on it.
Paul, Coombs, McLaughlin, Oliver, and Watterson.
Thanks.
So we did some changes to like home massing over the front part of the building to 1 story. And then added some another lower balcony on the 3rd floor little covered porch, and then of course shorten the main beach to about 36 feet, 36.8. And just change the fenestration a little bit. So those are the main changes to massive, make it even smaller.
Okay. Did you wanna say anything?
Yeah, you should say that.
So, I put up,
Yeah, just down
Hang on one second. Terry,
hi
you
Gary,
need a name for the record?
Jeff Booms.
Oh,
Okay,
you got it.
so I put, a ridge pole up in the backyard. And it's actually kind of at the forward end of the structure I have back there. We have like a Quonset hut that was approved years ago. So it's a little bit farther forward than where the ridge would actually be. And then I took a picture from the front. And so we're seeing like, about 2 feet coming over. So,
All right, so that's the existing structure,
that's the existing house.
and that's the ridge.
Correct.
Okay. Do you have more than one copy of this?
I can print out some more.
Well,
Well,
you can't right now.
Right.
So pass that around.
What did they change in the maps?
You want that? Okay. That's the
This
ridge
is
pole. I
taken
put-
from the back.
That's from the
That
back.
the ridge pole would be actually, the ridge, the tallest ridge beginning would be further. The ridge pole is pretty much somewhere here. The ridge, taller ridge starts here, but his hut is there. Concept hut now. So we
I
cannot
couldn't,
put
I
it-
couldn't put the
This
ridge
would go
pole.
further back.
Exactly
It would
where
go
it would be.
further back on the
Okay,
property.
thank you.
So it will be actually further back.
So currently you're seeing the ridge pole sticking up like on the photo. You know, you see about 2 feet of it.
Is that it?
Substantially changed, additive massing. And as you can see from the photo, I mean, nothing's visible from the street. We're 250 feet back.
Okay, thank you. Did you folks like to speak?
I'll take a second.
Oh,
No, go ahead.
I'm Patricia Haley, I'm the abutter. I'm at 16 Woodland Drive.
Can I see the picture?
This one?
I just have concerns about the size of the building. The plan that I looked at, I mean, my whole house is 1640 square feet, and this is considerably larger at the back of the lot behind to the side of my house. And I guess that's my concern for this board.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I just have questions for Jeff.
You just want to give your name for the record.
Oh, Phil Garufi, sorry.
Pardon, last name?
Phil Garufi.
Oh,
What is the storage for?
Well, I currently own a 48-foot semi-trailer that's full, and I'm paying for the storage. So if I look at, is this for the board or not? I mean,
Well, it's not, I just want to make a point
Yeah.
here. So, what happens inside of there is
I
not
understand.
our,
I got you.
I think we discussed this already, so, I mean, in the interest of neighborliness, you know, I'll let the question go, but so you can answer them,
I've been
but
paying
it's
for
not really true.
I've been paying for 4 years for storage of the semi-trailer. I'd like to put those contents inside. And most of my tools are in the Quonset hut, rusted. So I have about 12 to 1,400 square foot of tools and things that I would like to have out of the rain and out of the weather. And I have an 88-year-old father that at some point will probably move to Nantucket. And when he comes to visit me, he sleeps in our bed and we sleep in a loft above. We have a 740 square foot house. So
Can't,
one story of this is going to be a 1-bedroom apartment.
can't your dad stay in the illegal basement apartment that you have now?
Okay, let's not get into that.
I know, but you know, these are things you need to hear.
All right,
I'm concerned about the Deck, the upper deck railings. I'm asking myself, what kind of a storage unit would have that?
That's for the one-bedroom studio.
It's a gigantic studio. Is it for dancing or yoga or?
Phil,
or is it
if
for
you have
living?
something specific, okay?
And is there a bathroom in that studio upstairs?
Yes.
Okay, again,
That would make two bathrooms then.
well, I have a studio, it's a studio, I paint, and it has a bathroom in it. So, but this board doesn't concern themselves with bathrooms up there.
Steve visited.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I can't help myself. I'm sorry,
All
I
right, well,
apologize.
thank you, and I will give you another opportunity to speak once the board has had a chance to take a look at this. Okay, have you guys all had a?
I'll go.
Yeah, let me, all right, go ahead, Val.
What is the property, to the west right now that is a big open lot?
There's been a large home built there with, there's 2 buildings, pool. There's actually homes with pools.
Okay, cause it doesn't show on the locus
I
map.
believe it's a 2.5 acre lot.
Yeah, I
It's
just
huge,
wanted
this
to know
one.
if it was a
Correct.
piece of property that was gonna be developed or what was there.
It's already been developed.
And I would just say, we may not see this from the street except for your one little pole, but what I will add, Jeff, is that there were some changes made, and I guess thank you for that. However, I feel like instead of getting smaller, it actually looks bigger to me. I know the height has been lowered a little bit, but, you know, the front door faces the rear of the lot, so what we would actually see if we saw anything from the street would be the east. I just think that it's very out of scale for the neighborhood, and if in fact it was going to be, as you say, storage, I could even be coerced into approving a large, simple barn. But this is a very complicated storage building with tons of windows, a basement, a double-decker deck on the south, and a little balcony facing away from the street, and a fire, I guess that's just a big chimney, I don't know.
I was gonna understand you wanted it to look more like a house. Sorry.
No, I said I was confused by what it was because it's being presented to us as a storage building, and in fact, it looks more like an apartment building. So I am struggling with this because there is nothing of this scale in that neighborhood. And if it is gonna be a very simple storage building with maybe some small modest living space for your father, I think you need to rethink this.
This was set up to be storage and workshop for me.
We're gonna go
Okay,
around
so-
the board. Thank you.
Finish.
Sorry?
Was that it, Val?
Yep.
Okay.
All right. I agree completely with what Val said about the sizes. I was in this street every day, 6 days a week, as the mailman. I got to know the houses pretty well and who lived there. And the workings of the street. The house is, I don't know, twice as big as the houses that people have, and most of them that I can think of are set pretty well back from the street as to Gwynn and Woodland Ave, with the exception of 2 that still belong to Walter at the end. The fenestration on both the side, south and the north makes very little sense. It's got 3 size windows in it, and those C windows, I don't know what they are what room they are in because we have no floor plan. But
Yeah, it's just a big open box according to this. Oh, stair.
staircase on some of them. It is a much too complicated building to be what you have presented, as its working, interior, which you could do what you want to, but the outside is too complicated and too big for storage. You have got a 30-foot tall building. 29, 11 and 3/4 is probably closest to 30 feet as you can get, and there isn't a 30-foot building out there. It's completely different from the atmosphere of Woodland Drive.
Thank you, Diane. TJ, you ready?
Yeah. Like Val and Diane, I'm concerned about the context of the building. There's nothing like that out there, and you know, I'm looking at the locus, and like, there's not. I mean, these lots mostly all have like one house on it. They're all modest houses, and to throw like a, you know, I think the building is like too large in scale. It's too tall. Chaotic fenestration, chaotic deck system and railing. The A windows are humongous, and there's, you know, well, that's neither here nor there, really. I think that if you look at your site plan, you've got so much, you know, available width to the back of the lot that you could really reduce the height. I'd like to see 5 feet come out of the height of the building. Maybe you use up more footprint on the back of the lot, and just simplify it. Like Val said, a simple barn is not a bad concept, and you know, I think you probably should, really like 5 feet, I think, should come out of this. And kind of, you know, get back to some revisions on it.
Thank you, TJ. John?
Yes, go to A201, top right, east elevation. You have a roof coming off of this wall here. You have a 6-inch pitch, 7 is minimum, so you're gonna raise that up. All right. I don't know what you got for a cap on the chimney. I'd like to see what kind of cap that's gonna have, okay?
Yep.
The other one is, on the bottom left, the stairs. They were submitted, and they're asked for changes, but they missed one thing. East elevation. Usually
Yeah.
you put the stairs against the wall, but you have a stairway going down the cellar.
Yeah.
So put it on this end and run it down. You're still getting off of here. Run that down. That's more appropriate than to have it hanging off here. Usually you put them against the wall,
Usually,
6
yeah.
or 8 inches. You see windows, you got them down as awnings, and they should be fixed. They do not operate this way or that way. They have, if they do anything, they have to swing from here inside.
Yeah.
Right, not awning windows, all right? And also, I would be very, your height, yes. In it, Mr. Chairman, I will make my motion now, while I have a chance. I'll make a motion, we hold this for revisions, and also two stakes up, one at each gable end. That, 30 feet to the peak, put up 2 30-foot stakes, we can get a better look at it from the travel way if possible.
There is an existing concept. There is an existing concept hut where we cannot put it exactly where it is.
One of the poles they can't put up, John, it would be right in.
There is a
right
hut.
in-
There is a hut, the concept hut built right there, so we cannot put the stakes right where the ridge will be. That's why it's somewhere off.
What do you mean,
So
here or here?
No.
like in front of, further forward.
You
can
can't
draw
put the
it.
stakes.
Currently, there is a Quonset hut here in the backyard, right here. So currently, instead of being able to put one right here, there's a Quonset hut. There's a fabric structure for the last 4 years that was approved. So there's a fabric structure back there currently.
You can't
So-
put a pole there, John.
So I can put it,
Put it just on each end of the,
yeah, I just put it a little farther forward so it makes it more of a worst case scenario.
and
So,
then one over here.
yeah, so we can put the two in.
Call Miss Hayden when it's ready for viewing.
Hey,
So there's
John.
one up already.
Right, okay, did your motion include revisions?
I'm not sure, yeah, I'll take, yeah, motion to hold for revision.
Right. So I'm gonna hold that motion just so that I can throw in my 2 cents, which is basically to underscore a lot of what's already been said. Mass, the height, the minimum of a 7 and 12 roof pitch on the east elevation, the chaotic fenestration on the south and the north, and the long run-on deck on the south elevation. And to TJ's point, those A windows are absolutely immense in terms of the width. Okay, so now I'm gonna bring up John's motion, which is to hold for revisions plus 2 height poles at either end of the 30-foot ridge, or as close as you can get to it.
I have a question.
Well, hang on, I gotta take them. Well, what's your question? Because I'm holding the motion.
I was under the understanding you guys didn't like double windows. So I was trying to get light in, because on the first floor I was hoping to do some light woodworking. So I was trying to do large windows, like I see downtown buildings that have the nice big windows. So I was trying to do some nice big windows to let light in, but not have double windows. So that's where I was coming from. What would be your preference then? You want the windows to be smaller?
We'd like the
width-wise?
building to be simpler and be what it's supposed to be. Do you even have a septic system that can support
I
that?
have a 4-bedroom septic I've been talking about. At some point, hopefully, there's a dry sewer line on our road. So the idea is currently that I have stuff to store in 2 levels of this. One level would hopefully be a 1-bedroom apartment for my father. Down the road, you know, if things change, potentially it's a place for my daughter does art and dance. But for now, I have enough stuff for tools. I have about 1,600 square feet of tools and things. That would be 2. And I thought the understanding was people wanted this to look more like a house. And from my standpoint, with a workshop, I like natural light coming in. So that's why we put windows.
The width of the windows has to do with the organization that has been mentioned by a number of the members. If you have a window that's 2.5 feet wide on the second floor and one that's 3.5 feet wide underneath it on the first floor, that's part of the organization. They should be the same width and they should line up. That's what we're looking for.
Okay.
And I
That's
think mitigating your deck system that
Right,
is
on
over
the
an open pit would
south
help too,
elevation. That
yeah.
was the south elevation, right?
So,
I don't know which
It was
elevation.
the long sort of deck on both
Right.
first and second floor, plus the underground thing.
There's no deck in
But
the
it
first
looks
floor.
like a
That's
commercial building there.
It's open, it's got a railing.
okay. The
Okay.
idea was to let light in downstairs once again.
Right. Okay, so the motion is to hold for revisions plus height poles at either end of the 30-foot ridge. All those in favor of John's motion?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, everyone. Thanks. All right, let's see. So.
Can I ask one last
Barry
question?
wants a break.
So
Short-
if we
short
did
question.
grate over the opening and didn't have the railing, so it didn't look like a deck there, there could still be light going down, but not.
That would help.
Okay.
Certainly. Julie Jordan, 2 Harborview. And I know we have a board on this. What?
Need a break.
Is it?
You know?
Okay, break. Sorry, Julie. You gotta wait. 10-minute break. How you doing, Steve?
And then he fights.
Sometimes you think they're moving and then they don't. You should be out in the party. Hey, would you please get some sandpaper and clean that thing up so you don't take your, I feel like I'm gonna be over with stitches to keep your arm on it sometimes, and just put Band-Aids on it.
Is that a Band-Aid?
He cuts and keeps cutting stuff on the plastic edges, so then I take breaks.
Where did you say
Plastic edges are.
Of his case.
It's out off of Blue Beach Road. There's a subdivision that was started started in the 80s by this guy with the last name of Graham, and then it got kind of abandoned after a few times.
Sometimes he drives by and he's got a bag of groceries in his
Dr.
thing.
Stephen Welch right there.
You can't
And-
eat processed food.
Yeah, you need the spinach, you need the iron.
Especially as you get younger every day.
And I signed all the things that
Yeah.
consent. All the
You take care of yourself down there, big guy.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Where did you say you're,
Well, that's where
was it your dad?
his company's name
Lives in Florida?
From
So
Juneau.
they're based out of Boston.
Yeah, do you know where Jupiter is?
Well, yeah, see, I went,
The town south of
maybe.
Jupiter.
Yeah.
I drove right by it because I went from a town called Stewart, which if you grew up there, you certainly. You know that builder Scott O'Connor?
Yeah.
Actually, there are two Scott O'Connors, but I only know about the one. He was a friend of mine. He just renovated the Stewart. I went to see it. He did a fabulous job. He did sort of like a stucco kind of missionary style.
Yeah.
Really great. And then another friend of mine said, "Well, if you're going down there, you got to check out Del Rey."
Yeah.
So I stopped in at Del Rey, and I really liked it. It was a nice little town. I did, I barely even got out
I
of the
haven't
car.
been there in a long time, but I heard it's really come on in town, Del Rey.
Why was it not?
Yeah, it was like 10, 15 years ago, maybe longer than that, but I just haven't been there in
That
ages.
drive that goes
They've
like
kind of,
straight in.
yeah, they've kind of like really rehabbed it, and it's like supposedly,
nice.
a lot of investment into it, and then
Yeah. Oh.
Atlantic Avenue,
Yeah. It goes basically, you go.
from 95 straight down.
The commercial part of town is there, then you go over a little bridge, that's the intercoastal.
Yeah.
Like the width of these tables.
Yeah.
Then you're on, I guess, like a
The beach road,
barrier.
A1A.
A1A, that runs like literally right down along the beach, and there's all this parking there. And you could just like park and go right down to the beach.
That's how it is in Juneau. You find your spot, you park on the side of the road, and you can like go through all the sea breaks, path down to the sea breaks.
So you get right to the beach?
Oh yeah.
Because the interesting thing about Stewart, like, I drove around a lot and I realized, so Stewart's on a river. The St. Lucie River.
Which connects to the intercoastal near the end.
Yeah, so you have Stewart, the town of Stewart, and you have to go across a bridge because the St. Lucie River there is pretty wide.
Yeah.
So you go across a bridge, then you're on like a plain, right? But that's not even the ocean. You gotta go across another bridge that I believe is the intercoastal. And then you're finally on the barrier island out there, and then you finally get to the ocean. In order to get to Stewart,
Or is it north of
the only island that I know about is the first one, and that's called Sewell's Point. And I don't even know what the second one is, but it goes, it's really narrow, so it's just the width of the road. And then it bellies out right by the entrance of St. Lucie. And there's this really like striking housing development. But apparently, when they get a storm, this little tiny road washes out, and like it's impossible to get onto or off of the island. Because it's like literally the road that goes across.
You should see this house. When I was 15, like one of my first jobs, I got like a construction gopher kind of job. Working on this house. Kind of is in Jupiter.
I've heard good things about Jupiter. So Jupiter and Juneau are close to each other?
Yeah, they right next to each other. This house was like the Jetsons.
Oh.
Like terrazzo floors, like a titanium roof and all glass.
Like LA stuff.
Yeah.
LA has all those great sort of 60s modern,
mid-century modern.
well, and they like really respect it. Here they get torn down. Out here it's like that's their style.
Yeah. Probably started.
Let's get this over with.
What's the movie guy from California? Might be a little bit before mid-century modern time. Hearst Castle.
Oh,
What's his name? William Randolph Hearst. Yeah.
I worked for his grandson.
Oh yeah.
His name is William Randolph Hearst. He lives out in Wisconsin.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he's a fascinating guy.
Was it his mother who was kidnapped? Or?
No,
Patty.
his
Cousin?
cousin. Yeah, Hearst's other son. That was Patty Hearst.
Yeah.
Got kidnapped and then she got brainwashed into the Symbionese Liberation Army.
And that, what do you call that?
Trish's daughter?
Syndrome?
Nothing like any of the
Some of you
houses
might not
where
remember that because you're
where it's
so
called,
young.
Oh, I remember it, and you call that Stockholm Syndrome, right?
Yeah, that's when Stockholm Syndrome became
I
famous.
know. Well, at least I'll be able to hand out Twizzlers.
Yeah, $2.
All right.
Okay, here's John. All right. So, hey, Julie.
Your turn, your turn.
See?
Everybody can quiet down now.
Order in the court.
All right. Thank you. Let's see here. Who wants to be on
I don't.
it? This is Paul, McLaughlin, Oliver, and Welch.
I would like the applicant to conform so we can move on.
I did it. It happened. Would you like me to?
So who
say
wants
what
to
I
go first, Stephen?
I missed one. I was on this originally.
Do you want me to tell you what I did?
Yeah, sure, Julie. Yeah.
I eliminated all the gravel storage behind the building and made it lawn.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of got rid of all the detail in the fencing and matched it a little bit more and took all the posts out. And I did a little bit of a fancy front gate, but that's about it. All the other exciting things are vanished from the plan, so I think you'll find it.
The fancy front gate is the same moon gate, albeit without the
Without
sort
the,
of
yeah,
X
I'm
pattern.
satisfied with it. I think it'll be nice. And those match the railings upstairs on the top
Okay.
deck.
All right. Thank you. Seven feet.
It's the same. I didn't change it.
You mean to the top of the moon gate, John? 7. I think there's a dimension on there. Okay. Who wants to start?
I will.
All right, go.
I've been the biggest opponent of this, and I am satisfied with the changes that she's made. Thank you, Julie.
Wow. Okay,
All
thank
right.
you, Val.
Good to go. Thank
You're
you.
good?
Great.
Let's see. John.
Yeah, how far back is this? Across the back, right here, look at this.
Oh, there's a side view of it, John.
3 feet.
3 feet.
Oh,
3
here it is.
feet.
Okay, all right.
Out to
I missed
out.
it, all right.
Yeah.
3 feet, all right. Thank you.
Yeah, we're good. Can I have a motion?
Motion to,
Oh,
Discussion on the motion. Can you
okay.
just clarify where the gates are in the arbor? Are they at the front post or the back post?
I changed it to be, I forget, whatever
The
you
back?
The back.
Just so it
back.
gives it a sense
Yes.
of entry. Thank you.
Thank
All
you.
right. Let's see. John's motion is to approve as submitted. All those in favor?
Aye.
Surprised that wasn't on consent.
Uh-huh.
I love when they listen.
Okay, Kent.
are you on this? No.
I don't know. Val, are all of these four of yours, are they new or have we reviewed them?
James was never heard. I held it for
Okay.
last week, but the other 3 are
Hi, how are
old.
you?
And you weren't here, so after the first one.
Okay.
since.
This was the dormers and,
Right.
I made some,
Ken, hang on one second, because I just wanna get the board. You have a board that sat on this, and I just wanna make sure that.
It's Pohl, Coombs, McLaughlin, Oliver, Welch, or Dutra.
Pohl, Coombs, McLaughlin, Oliver.
Welch, so
Let's
you-
see, Stephen was just on, so Jesse, you'll be on this
Take that
one,
back.
okay?
This is his whole hood, isn't it?
So Jesse's gonna.
Yeah, I
do
was
this.
just, yep.
We're very
This
familiar
is,
with this kind of hood.
kind of what I was saying, but
Ken, did you get this through them yet?
Pardon me?
Did you get this through the co-op board yet?
No.
Oh, excuse me, sorry.
practice has been getting approved and going to the board.
Yeah.
It's usually, if the HCC approves it, it's usually acceptable to the board. It's individuals that you're dealing with, you know, usually the neighbors are the ones that have the most impact.
This is a fairly radical change. from
I
what we
know,
reviewed
Yes.
but
last
it's still
time.
not quite what I was talking about.
Well, what I did was I added a larger mass in the back of the building. I eliminated the dormers in front. We got what we wanted with the back mass.
You know what Kent would
Yeah.
have been helpful is, I don't think I have anything to compare to what we reviewed the last time. So you had dormers on the front of this building before, right?
And then double dormers on the back.
I had shed dormers on the front, and then we had shed dormers above, dormers on top of dormers in the back.
Right,
And we wanted to eliminate that,
okay.
so. There is something I could do that, well, I'll let you comment and then.
I think, go ahead.
Cause I was the one who made the
Yeah.
suggestion. This is sort of a hybrid of what I was talking about and a dormer. I was talking about, a gable mass, taking this whole section and just making it a gable all the way to the edge, so that it's more of a mass, not
A dormer.
a dormer. Do you see what I mean,
Mm-hmm.
Ken?
To both edges?
So
To the-
right
to the
now,
rear
this
edge?
That little
this
section of roof?
reads as a
Yeah.
dormer still,
Bring it right on out.
Bring
right?
it right on out.
So it's a big old gable.
And not have this overhang like a dormer. It would just be a mass, which would give you the most bang for your buck. It's simpler. This could still die into it. You could probably even get maybe another window up high. And that's just me.
And we're trying to get room on the third floor. That's-
Correct.
that's
Well,
the-
what
I'm
Val is
suggesting-
suggesting is actually gonna get you a little bit more room on the third floor, because you're taking this piece that, right now,
You changing that,
see,
you
see that,
changing
see
the
from
pitch
there
of
to
that
there?
roof?
No.
You're not hearing what I'm
See
saying.
from here
carry it
to
out.
here, Kent?
Yeah, push it
Look,
flush.
Yeah, this
goes straight up.
This wall comes out to here, right?
Right, and it goes all the way to the edge.
So you're actually making that gable longer by
Right.
about 2 feet.
And so this is all now shingle wall space. You could probably fit two.
And you're bringing the peak up? I didn't think you guys liked the peak.
Well, you can
either.
make it just shy, but the point is that it's a mass then, not a
6
dormer.
inches enough?
Yeah. So then you get a window on this side, or two.
Yeah.
Do you get me?
Yeah, I still don't think you're gonna hit the third floor. The third floor level is right here.
Well, if you're
No,
higher
but-
than the third floor level,
No,
you
Kent,
I understand it's
What-
all gonna come up, right?
what Val is suggesting will actually get you more room on the third floor than you currently have with this, the way it's drawn. You will. But, okay, so Val, thank
That's
you.
just my
No,
suggestion.
yeah, but I think that's a good suggestion, so thank you for that. Let's see. Diane, where are you on this?
I think bringing that down, it didn't make much sense beforehand, sort of floating up there. The windows on that north elevation, the three off to the side, why are they off to the side like that?
It's where the existing windows were, so
Yeah.
there's a bathroom wall when it comes towards that, but I can move them over.
Okay, I think that would be good.
You mean get them more centered on that
Yeah.
wall? All right.
I think so, and if you drop that down where they're getting two windows up top will give you more light in the third floor. I don't know, but you can
Yes, I
see
know.
what it might do for you. And the pitch of the
Yes.
roof, what is the pitch of that roof over there?
This is a 12 easily.
The one on the new gable?
No, on the old one.
On the old gable.
Looks like a 12 to me.
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah, they're both
I just
12s.
wondered if it fit in with the,
This side.
with the other ones.
This one, looking this way?
It just sort of looks strange to me, but that's,
They're all 12s.
Yeah.
Something here wrong.
they're all 12s?
Yeah, Diane, I think with the exception of the dormers, you know, which are much shallower,
Yeah.
all of those roofs that you're looking at are all 12s.
Oh, all right, but it just looks steeper than the other ones, that's all. So I'm glad to see the dormers gone, cause I don't
This way
think,
or looking this way?
On the front.
yeah.
Yeah, me too. Thanks, Diane. Jesse,
I don't think am I on this?
Yep.
Oh, I am. I'm sorry.
you were an alternate,
Okay.
so you're filling a spot, sorry.
Two of these.
No, I think Val's idea is a valid one, and Diane's, you know, mentioning the windows and moving them around. Although I'm not as concerned about that being as the back of the house.
Looking this way.
Thank you, Jesse.
Thank you.
John, anything to
I have
add?
no comment.
Okay, so Kent, I think that Val has suggested a solution that I think is workable. You know, something along that line. Instead of looking at it as a dormer, look at it as an actual like gable, you know, that comes all the way out, flush with this plane. I think you get that. And I really appreciate the removal of the dormers on this front, AKA south elevation. So I think we're just looking for a little modification of that back thing and it'll be good to go. Can I have a motion on this one?
Do you think we can do it through staff?
I'd like to see it,
Okay.
if you don't mind.
No, I don't mind. I
Did
just
you-
trying to.
You prefer some, this was originally, you know, the three over on the left, the three windows over on the left.
Yeah, the one
It was
down.
originally a dormer in itself.
Yes.
That can go back there.
Oh, better.
You prefer
Even
that?
better. Yes,
So
much
this
better.
this could go back to that.
Right, and then just have your standalone gable and you'll be good.
I did
Yes,
have-
John.
I did have a comment. It
Okay.
just rang a bell. I was thinking about it.
Well, actually,
structure itself.
actually, he was here, but
The allocation of windows and everything is too busy. The structure is.
He's gonna clean it up. Yeah,
Yeah.
thank you.
I find it too busy, you know.
Yeah, that back dormer needs a little bit of work, but he knows what to do. Okay, thanks, Jeff. Who made a motion? Anybody yet?
I will.
Thanks.
Hold for a minor revision.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
You're opposed to a minor revision? Sean McLaughlin?
You're opposed to minor revisions? John?
Yes. Yes.
You don't want no revisions?
No, just a minor revision.
You're good with minor?
Whatever you say.
Okay.
It doesn't matter. Okay, here we are. Hello, Joe.
Hi, Ray.
All right,
Mr. Paul.
Mr. Paul. Mr. Paul.
There you go. It'd be confusing if it was Paul and Paul.
It is Paul and Paul.
I mean, if it was a business.
Oh,
We're going to partnership, I'm looking to dump you.
You might have to recuse if you're trying to work on it.
So this was reviewed, was it not, Mr.
It was.
Paul? What's,
Yeah, and it was on the view list.
Coombs, McLaughlin, Oliver, Welch, Watterson, or Dutra?
I really appreciate the changes,
What did
Joe.
we complain about
You
this?
like that?
We were asking you to fix.
Well, it was actually put on the view list, and there was some talk about a garage in front, although because it's on the site plan. There was talk about context, distance from the road, and then Nantucket Advisory had a number of fenestration comments, which I haven't addressed because other than the front door, there are side lights with a glass door. Our intention is to address that. I spoke to my client, and they would like to change the white trim to all natural. And I haven't modified the window fenestrations to reflect the Nantucket Advisory comments because I believe a number of them are not visible from a public way.
Right, but did they have concerns over those D windows? That was,
The D windows, whatever the picture windows are,
Yeah.
that you see on both the east and you see it on the west elevations.
right.
But,
I think they said I don't know, I think they said they were too big for windows.
oh, yeah, because they were, I think the comment was that the windows were parading as doors. You know, which is true. We didn't want a wall of doors there. They're perceived differently from the interior. People tend not to put furniture up against them, so I didn't do it because I thought we wouldn't get a number of doors approved next to each other there. That's internal to the lot. And I did bring some context photos. There's a number of structures or a number of properties, I should say, that have secondary structures or other buildings, garages that are in front of the building. And just as a reminder, I know we all know Fisher's Landing, but this is Fisher's Landing's map, and everything that's hatched is open space. And so this is a cluster subdivision. We're the orange lot here, and our lot is subject to this is about a 22,000 square foot lot. 50% of it has this agricultural easement. So we're up against that easement in the back with our single story wing. And I just wanted to show you that there's 50% ground cover that's allowed in this neighborhood, which would give us 10,000 square feet on the ground, which would actually be the entire front of that lot, which we would never do. And there's 3 foot side yard setbacks and 0 in the front. So it's a little bit of an unusual context that way.
Yeah, I call that a cluster, you know what.
But when you drive through there, it's still, I think that all that green space does feel sort of campy. Anyway, and we talked a little bit about massing. There's a couple of single-story wings, one that goes off the back, one that comes off the front. It's on the right-hand side of the front elevation. We took sort of a simple farmhouse approach with simple gable masses.
Right, and you have the garage is on the north elevation but behind, right?
No, it's in
No.
front and we don't have it in front of us.
Yeah. The garage is just on here as a holding place for the site plan, so you don't actually see that
Okay.
in the package. But I think Steve mentioned it, and I thought it was worth bringing up. And I've got a series of these packets if you want to see them. There's just some 3D stuff, and here's 3 of them. Just some context, which I thought might be relevant.
Always helpful, thank you.
You're welcome. There was also a comment on the drawings that we submitted. The eave of the secondary mass is at the same height as the main mass, and we adjusted it when we did the 3D model. So the intention is that would
be
So you
dropped.
dropped it down?
Yeah, it'd be
It's
dropped.
not in this. but
No, I'll
we'll
need to
do it.
modify the drawings to reflect it, but the computer model shows it dropped, so that is the intention, to create some hierarchy
Here.
between those masses.
Yeah.
I like the brunette.
The what?
Okay.
The brunette.
He
the
likes your
3D
scale
drawing.
figures.
Oh, yeah, you can
Is
think,
anybody
Sometimes
ready
they
to
turn out kind
start?
of hot.
TJ, are you on this?
I am on this.
You want
So-
to start?
Yeah, I could go.
yeah, ignore the white trim that's shown in that model. It's, again, that'll all be natural. And the windows right now, we're proposed to do a sand tone, but they may change to something, probably not black.
That would make a big difference.
Is that it for me?
Yeah, I'll go ahead. I like this house, Joe. I think you did a good job with the additive massing and keeping it. I think the house is going to be quiet and as viewed from the exterior. And I just, I know you know, but I'll mention the side lights, if those could be trimmed down to a single pane wide. And maybe even do a 4-panel door. Maybe it's too much glass with the side lights in the door. Otherwise, I think it's a nice house. That's it.
All right, thank you. Val?
Well, we already mentioned and he's gonna do it, drop the secondary mass line down. I agree with TJ about the door. Is there a reason why we couldn't more regularize some of these windows, like on the west? We have this larger F, which looks like it's probably a casement or fixed, and then 2A windows. Is there a reason we couldn't,
Well, that could easily be an A.
an A, just to give it some more harmony?
And frankly, and this isn't entirely response to Matticat advisory, but maybe it's a happy coincidence. The G in the Ds, I'm going to adjust how that fenestration looks so that they're more in keeping. The G, we might end up doing maybe a couple of D windows instead, and I'm thinking of reducing the D window in height by about 8 inches just to give us a little bit more wall space there. So I plan on adjusting that fenestration, which might address your regularity comment.
Okay, and the E window in the gable, just if it could be a little taller or less wide so that it's more vertical to match the rest of the windows.
It's pretty square.
And that window I know we'll see, the one way up high.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess that's it for me at the moment.
Alrighty. Steve?
Yeah, I got a pass for the moment to get a chance to look at this.
What about John?
Yes, on the windows, the structure can be seen from another travel window, town property, the town owns, where this is 305 feet back, the property. The town owns all across here over to the Nantucket Bridge.
Is that all in here?
No, the other one.
This?
From here, across here,
Yeah.
Nantucket Bridge comes up over, let me see this. Okay, Nantucket Bridge
Double trim?
comes up right under here.
Oh.
Goes all over
Down
here.
here at the bottom?
My aunt and uncle own the house here. And this is all town property here. This guy bought this corner lot from somebody.
Yeah.
But there's a creek coming up here since we've been fishing out there, the ponds and everything. Drops in. Anything above the first floor is visible.
Okay.
And you have some K windows there, they're listed here. F, J, and K, they're listed as 4 light and 8 light. Are they fixed?
That's those are awning windows, the K windows, and the other one is the one that Val just mentioned, that's fixed.
Could they all be fixed? I'm saying to.
They could all be
meet the
fixed.
requirements, you know?
Yeah, they could all be
We'll Put
fixed.
that in the minutes, please. Yeah, yeah, thank you.
I have a question now.
Oh, also the deck, looking at it from the,
Hey there. Can't wait till we get it on the
from the
screen.
west
I
elevation.
know.
Look at it at
You
once.
gotta lose a foot here, that's 9 feet out, it's supposed to be 8. Okay, thank you.
Alrighty,
Is Steve on this?
yep.
All right, so, I'm not really worried, I'm not, Joe, I think one thing I just wanna say on the site plan, I know it's not part of this, but that garage is way too close to the road, so keep that in mind if I'm sitting on. The north elevation is what's primarily gonna be viewable, everything else is gonna be an oblique angle. No concerns with respect to the north elevation. The west elevation, to the extent you have visibility on the west and the east, I agree with the comments, you've gotta make that F a little bit more, the F, the Gs, and the Ds need to somehow relate more better to what's going on the rest of the structure. And that is the same on the east with the D and the J.
Yep.
I think someone mentioned the K windows in the dormer. I think with respect to the additive massing, you've actually done a good job with this. I do have concerns with respect to the fact that it's so wide on the lot. I think if you were to lose, and I don't know that you have the space, but bear with me 1 second.
Where is it?
Literally just looking at some of this stuff.
Isn't there a rule about if your building is too close to the property line, you have to eliminate fenestration?
Yeah.
3 feet.
If it's less than 3, you can't have any windows. If it's less than 5, that sidewall has to be fire rated.
So you're good with that. You're at 7, is that 7 on each side?
It's 5 on one and 7 on the other.
I mean, I did drive out there and 18 is literally side to side. But I think it's not something that I would suggest is what we're looking for.
Yeah, I tried, it's a footprint. It's as wide as the widest ones that are there. That's why I kept the wings single story and made the center part. I got them to do just 1 bedroom up top versus 2 bedrooms up top, viewing over the landscape, so to pull the massing down a little bit, but.
Yeah, I guess I just want to voice the concern. With respect to the massing and the layout, I think you do a good amount to mitigate the perception. It's not just a 2-story box from left to right and one property line setback to the other, so that's beneficial. But I do want to voice the concern. No other comments, thank you.
Alright, and Val, you have an extra.
I just had a question for Joe. The trim seems kind of little around the windows. And is that?
That's intentional. It's like 2 3/4. It's like a plank frame. Just a simple plank frame. It sticks out 1.5 inches. It's like 2 3/4 wide.
So it's thicker.
It's thicker. There's a
No,
lot of.
it's
There's a lot
narrower.
of. It's narrower and it's thicker.
Ordinary casings are
Protrude.
3/4 of an inch, and you said it was what?
1.5 inches. Because you end up with
You know,
shingles that
Plank
come out.
frames are basically more of a square profile wood.
I just
Yeah.
think it's odd.
I'm just clarifying. I'm not
But
on
I-
this course.
Yeah. Atypical.
Okay, so we have a motion for hold
I'll make a motion to hold for minor revisions.
already. That was good. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, everybody.
Okay. Thank you, Joe. Okay, Act Smart 3 Nosegay. Okay, thanks.
Good evening.
Hey, Zach.
How we doing? 3 Nosegay, we talked about this, I think.
Hi, Joe.
John. How are you today?
Tell her.
Oh, that's the
We
company
have a
shirt,
lot
you know.
to Americans.
So we talked about this
About-
last week. Everybody
No.
wanted to go check it out.
22.
When I was in high school
did
in
you say
college,
last
I
week?
worked at the deli.
Yeah, we were on
Stop
last.
Shop, Roach
Yeah, I
and
missed
Finest
last
was
week.
Yeah, I think
one of
Abby was on it. I think Abby's not.
Coombs, McLaughlin, Oliver, Dutra, Welch, or Watterson.
So, what'd you do?
Well, we hold for a site viewing was the
Right.
request from the board to check the visibility. I think Sconset Advisory said it was very minimally visible and that they were okay with it. But I believe a lot of the members hadn't seen the property, so we took a week to do that. And wanted to kind of see what you all thought.
And, we're still going by, when you go down Nosegale Gay and look in that driveway where those garages are, you probably, I was trying to think, they're pretty tall.
The garage itself,
Yeah.
the buildings?
Yeah, I was wondering
there's
whether
a-
you thought that the solar panels would be visible from out here. I don't think,
On the street, Nosegay, yes.
yeah, you're not gonna see anything from Butterfly. So, I don't know, but anyway, so that's what you did, was to do the solar panels there, and
Yeah, I provided the most visible point of view, I think, with the couple of photos that I attached, which
Right.
was from Nosegay,
Yeah.
right about the entrance of the driveway. If you can continue down Nosegay, you kind of run into some screening. The homeowner also said he would be willing to add some additional screening if that would appease the board and get this project approved.
right, it's, did you see the pictures?
I went out and took my own pictures, and it is very visible, and my stance is still the same. It's the front of the building.
Yeah, and
And the
Doing it on
shingles
the
are
back.
gray, and the panels are black.
Yeah, they're not making great
did you
panels.
talk to the guy, about changing his roof color?
He wasn't too into that. He was more into adding some screening. That was more of something that he would be willing to do, was to add additional plantings to screen the array.
All right, well, we'll get this, you'll hear from the commissioners first, okay?
Sounds good.
Jesse, you want it?
Yeah, no, I'm okay with it.
Where it is
Mhm.
and everything. TJ?
Yeah, I'm having a little trouble with it just because I know it's going to be pretty visible. I'd be better about it if it had the additional screening that we're fine with like that.
Val?
I am not for this on the front of the building, but that's one thing I'm consistent on.
Yeah.
John's consistent with casements, I'm consistent with solar panels on the
okay.
front.
John? Do you have an opinion?
Yeah, it's just outside of the old historic area of Nosegay. To the north of Nosegay puts him in outside of the old historic area. The only thing I'd say is comments to it for the minutes, to be no silver showing.
No silver showing.
Oh, he's
Each
obsessed
one is
with
black.
that. Silver,
Yeah,
the
yeah,
little
silver
silver
borders.
lines. and-
Black on black. We'll do all black on black. We
Thank you.
call them.
On gray shingles. And going in different directions, but anyway.
I mean, the re-roofing is worth as much as the whole solar system when you think about it.
I
Can
have,
of spray paint.
I think that should have been more consistent. I think this, as people go down those gates, it ends at this building.
Yeah, there's like a little parking lot kind of on the right. It's a private.
Yeah.
It's pretty private.
I don't know if you can come up with enough stuff so you can't see it. I don't remember the exact height of the building, but I know that for garages and apartments above, they come either at 24 feet or
Yeah, I would say it's roughly 25, I believe it's about 25 feet.
above it, yeah.
They do
And
have some,
you have them on the roof plus the dormers, and that makes a huge array. I really think I'd like him to have solar, but there's got to be another way on that west elevation, and on the east you've got actually 3 elevations of solar panels. 3.
yeah, we've got the lower
This
overhang.
one, that one, and the top one, and for this garage in this area, I think that's too much. I don't know whether there is something you can do, cut it down. It looks like it's be enough electricity to run all the sconces, but
Well, that's,
That would be nice.
It would be nice. I wish we could pull that off. Relatively, this is a fairly average sized array, and it is only probably going to be accounting for somewhere around 60 to 70% of their overall
Well,
usage.
the trees, I mean, you have enough space in front of this garage not to have shadow on that area, but the trees going down to it there aren't many. There are
No,
like,
it's better this time of the year though, there's the same view. That's that tree.
Yeah.
So it's better.
it's better, but you can still see a direct thing
Yeah,
back
yeah.
there. They're going to be.
So what about TJ's, we'll call it motion, about adding some additional plant material to help screen?
Well, that's what I was mentioning, that if you put in plant material, you have to back up what's there, because the only time that the screening gets really good is in the summer, when it's full.
Evergreens.
And it looks good.
It looks good,
Yeah.
but in the fall, winter, and spring, because of where it is, it doesn't.
It has the pictures right here, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are.
He has the fall, winter.
Yeah, I do have the worst
I
case.
saw them right here, but
Yeah.
the trees, you can see every bit of that roof.
I wouldn't agree with that, but.
What
All right.
part can't you see?
Let's, everybody,
One's an
3/4 of
evergreen
it.
and the rest of them are hard. So I don't know if somebody has a motion, I'll try the motion.
TJ, you wanna go with your motion? Make it evergreens?
We'd have to be specific about where they go, and I'm not quite sure.
and this doesn't show the exact driveway, cause that tree is right here where it's.
Maybe you could indicate what will be blocked on the home visually, and then he can figure out where to put it.
Yeah, we want to block the panels, and I think it would go around this interior curve up here, because you think you'd put the screening somewhere like that, and maybe a little bit on the side.
Okay.
I don't know about that side, but definitely in there.
This does not reflect
okay?
the
Yeah.
actual driveway configuration, just keep that in mind.
You're right, actually, it's not the.
Okay, you are correct on that.
It goes the other way.
I think any way you slice it, you're still gonna get a shot in there from the driveway entry.
Yeah, it's gonna be on that, whatever direction that is, the east dormer,
Yeah.
which
Other
I'm okay with.
question I have is, what would be available on the house which you cannot see?
Well, we thought the main house would be less approvable, so that's why we went with the garage.
But the
'Cause
garage
is more visible.
is more visible.
Yeah.
I did.
Other house, I mean,
I haven't even looked at the main house. I'll be honest with you, in terms of going with an array on there.
so could.
I think that should be looked at, because I think the main house is less visible, and it might be, more.
It's totally behind another house.
It's
Yeah,
behind.
on the
Yeah, it's
locust
right-
map.
it's right
You can't see it at all from
Yeah.
this
You can't
picture.
see it.
look at, on the locust map, it's totally behind another house.
So
I'll make a
would you,
motion.
if we made a
Yeah.
motion to hold for revisions, would you go and look and see what you think about the main house?
Yeah, I can talk to the homeowner. I know my initial visit, they were pretty kind of opposed. They kind of directed me towards the garage. They kind of had a plan of what they wanted to pursue, so I can reapproach them.
Yeah,
and-
tell them that we're really not big on looking directly at solar panels. We're working with solar panels, but we try and put them where they're not
Yep.
absolutely so visible. And this is, for one reason or another, an important garage, which becomes very visible as people go down that street. A lot of them go down to see what's there, so it's a well-known spot. So could I have a motion that might help him do that?
Motion to hold for revisions.
No problem.
On
Hey,
all those,
Zach,
Yes,
what
ma'am.
about reconfiguring the driveway? So it comes in another spot and then
That's
you
another good idea.
heavily vegetate the street.
It's a
Kind of
great
wind
idea.
it a
Yeah.
little bit.
Yeah, so you can get the vegetation.
Right.
go around a tree.
Okay, so I'll take all these recommendations and I'll take a walk out there with the caretaker because I don't believe the homeowners are here right now. So and I'll follow back up with you guys.
Oh, I appreciate that, thank you.
Motion to hold, did somebody do that?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. I've said all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Thanks,
You.
Okay.
See you soon.
Okay, Chip, come on up. So who's our board on this?
I think you were away, I think.
This was
No,
Rayburn last Tuesday.
Yeah,
Chip did it
so
last
he was
Tuesday.
gonna be here.
This is Coombs, McLaughlin, Oliver, Watterson, Welch, or Dutrip.
Alrighty.
I don't have what the before was.
This is Aaron Blaine's little house, right?
No, it's Chip
It's a new
Webster's
construction.
office.
So
Oh,
they
wow.
actually subdivided the lot, and this is going in front of their house.
Yeah, it's 11, so I'm sure.
No, I know, and he told us he was actually moving it back on the site.
Yes,
And you gotta live in it.
Yeah.
we can
Make
start with
any
the site plan.
revisions.
So, did you have anything to tell us about their visions?
Yes, so it did move back about a third of the way onto the site, and the driveway is reconfigured so that you don't see it at all from the road. And actually, with this lot, there is a 20-foot buffer that's associated with the deed of vegetation, and I have some photos that I can pass out showing context as well as what it looks like from the street. And I have photos showing where the driveway is gonna go, so you really won't be able to see it from the road at all. And then in addition to those site plan changes, we also removed all of the dormers.
On the south elevation, just a question to let people know, you have those double A windows, or
They're
Yes. Those are
windows
windows.
with panels under them?
they're on all four elevations.
We did not remove those panels around the windows.
I'll go.
Okay.
So, thank you for that. Taking the dormers away is great. There was a lot of concern about the panels because this is a painted house and that's a very formal sort of commercial application in the midst of a residential neighborhood. So I think we'd prefer to see it simplified in that way. Maybe you could keep them on the front, but get rid of them everywhere else. It seems to me, this is just my opinion, unnecessary. And the windows went from 2/2 to 1/1. And you got rid of the flat roofed element and added a second floor over that with more paneling. So again, I think the key to this is simplification.
Okay.
How tall?
I just have one comment on that. So the first floor is a commercial use.
So,
It
let
is going
the
to be office
commissioners
space.
finish, excuse me, let them finish and then you can pick it up, otherwise we're
Okay.
going back and forth and it'll be next Tuesday. You wanna be on it?
Yep, I'm on it.
Okay. You want to go now?
Yeah, let me wrestle the drawings away from my co-drawing.
I'll go.
All right, you're
So I
ready.
have no, I think most of the, I understand the concern with respect to the panels. I think much of this is not gonna be visible, and it should be stated as such, on the first floor. I do think, the north elevation and the east elevation and the south elevation, the second floor is over fenestrated. The second, and on the gable end of the east, the third floor. So you've got, maybe one too many windows in each second floor elevation, and one too many windows on that gable. And I get this is kind of like a different than typical Nantucket home, but I don't see it as inappropriate. I would suggest, however, that paneling, this stuff needs to be natural, or like a gray tonal. It can't be a white.
That's the color they want.
Yeah, it absolutely cannot be a white. It would be way too formal, and it makes the design elements. It makes the design elements much more formal, and it reads to me much more commercial. Whereas if it were natural, it's more of a kind of a quirky essence out in the woods. With all of that's based on the fact that a lot of this is not going to be directly visible.
That may or may not be true.
Well, I mean, my comments are it's not going to be visible based on the images and having driven out there and looked at it.
Yeah. What happened in court? TJ.
I agree with Steven's comments about maybe being a little bit over fenestrating on the second floor. And on the notion of changing from the color white to maybe a gray tone for the trim color in the interest of mitigating the impact of the paneling. And that's it. I appreciate the siding change.
Okay, Val.
No, I already went.
All right. I will go.
Johnny's turn.
Oh, I'm sorry, Johnny.
Yeah, I've been down Railroad Road many times. And I will claim that driving past Jack Washington's house, the second floor will be visible. And especially with these panels. It's very hard to find even the old historic area, the panels there. There's some on Main Street, and the panels will stand out. There are other people that have asked around to turn them down, and less visible places than this. And I think that, yeah, to put your 3 windows there or whatever, get rid of one window, shingle it down. I agree with Mr. Walsh said, it's over fenestrated, and it needs a lot of changes in too much glass. Okay, that's one thing.
Okay,
Wait, I think, sorry, I think John has another thing.
Did you have another?
I think so.
The other, no.
All righty. I think, number one, there's absolutely no additive massing to this building, and it is on South Shore Road where there is all sizes of things. You go down, however, 6, 8 feet for that piece over there. It's 29 feet high, which is the full extent of stuff built down there, including the houses down further or the barns down further. It will be seen because there's nothing that will hide it as tall as it is. Going in Wirral, it's a funny street where her parents, Erin's parents live. The house is very small, 1 story. Maggie Meredith's house is 1 story. Linda's and Chris's house is a story. What's his name at the end who has the wedding house? The only house that's bigger is the wedding house down at the very end of the street with the 15 bedrooms. I think that the 1/1s are not good. I don't like them. I think that the panels under the windows are not what you would expect to see going down South Shore Road. I think you have plenty of room there to bring something down one story. Then it should fit into the neighborhood. I know Cindy wanted to have a twerky house. Well, he does, but he can make it conform in some other sizes down to what would be good there. But remember that pretty much so you will be able to see everything on the second floor from Sherburne Commons all the way down to Wirral. Wirral is a public street. It's not a private street, I believe. I can find out for you if you don't know. But it should conform somewhat with the existing buildings, I think. So, but I would take whatever motion.
Motion to hold for
Can
revision.
I make some comments?
No, please.
Okay, so I would like to point out that the edge of the house is over 80 feet from the edge of the road, and there is a ton of existing vegetation that will not be touched at all, 20 feet, and including the setback. And then there's already somewhat of a clearing in there where the structure will go. So there's already a ton of existing native vegetation. There is a house behind this that you can't see from the road at all.
That's the parents' house.
Yeah, it's not visible.
But it's a one story.
Okay, and then I also have some other example photos. It might be too late at this point of just other stuff that is visible from the road.
Yeah, I'd like to see them. I mean,
height has been an issue that
I've been driving down there for years, and there's
those are all taken on South
plenty
Shore
of
Road from
two-story
the same side of
structures
the
in this
road that
area.
this is being proposed on.
There are two-story
What's the street
structures,
address?
but they're not painted white
It
with
might
giant
say it
pieces of
on
white
it.
paneling.
Maybe
Well, I
25.
Do we
understand
have
that.
addresses on them?
Not
No.
written on those, but they're all taken from South Shore on that same side of the road that this is being proposed. And
Yeah,
this,
this
you
is
won't
25
even,
South
you'll see
Shore.
maybe part
It's
of the
next to
road.
that barn.
which is
One
I
is
think
the
you see the
school.
quarry
Oh,
line,
yeah.
federal right on the street. So I think, I mean, I'm not interested in being in the hysterical debate commission. We've stated our positions.
Yep.
I would just add that if you bring it back with the second story panels, I think a more traditional approach to this would be to make this look like it was a porch that got filled in.
Okay.
And I think that might be helpful. And other than that, I have no additional comments. Other than make a motion to hold for revision.
Okay.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
And then, John, we do have one more up tonight. Is that at the way end or?
You do?
Yes.
That was for Thursday.
Okay, so
We
should
have
I
a
stick
meeting on
around
Thursday?
till the end or?
Yeah, I didn't hear what's Thursday.
Yeah, there's well, we posted a meeting for Thursday in case
I'll be at
there's
the conference.
Yeah.
a carryover.
What conference?
Yeah,
So-
why
Keeping
didn't,
history of that.
It's
Well,
okay if it's
it wasn't
not.
signed
that's
up. I don't
interesting.
know what
The
happened. It wasn't signed up
I know.
as far as I know, so.
I have it on this sheet though.
That,
I'm gonna go
Did I
bang
just
barn
take that
owls
off the
on
next
Thursday.
that might be Thursday's agenda where
Yeah.
we added it
One,
on in case there was a
12.
meeting.
yeah, you're
Okay.
the
So
third.
that'll be
Well,
next
wait.
meeting.
Yeah, yeah.
And you've got to be
Alright,
on it.
thank you.
All right,
Just
um,
112, well, win it.
I'm off this one. I was on it and then I wasn't here, so.
He's not on it, you only have 4 people on it.
Oh, all right.
and so Terry, can you tell me who the four are?
Paul, McLaughlin, Oliver, and Welch.
Paul McLaughlin.
I'm so proud of myself. I have not eaten one Twizzler or one cookie.
Good for you.
Just trying to stay away from that sugar.
Okay.
I ate too much of that sugar tonight.
Why?
I can't have another nut. I had it.
I'm like the new calisthenics, do some stretches in the hall.
Okay, so just to reiterate, Val, you're
Yes.
on this, Stephen, you're on this, John, you're on this, and I'm on it. Okay?
Jesse, in case you want
We
to
have
take a look.
4.
Yeah.
Can we have another set of drawings, please?
Hole,
You can have mine, I'm not on it.
Welch, and Val.
Yeah, no, here you go.
Okay, Matthew, hit it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, we've made a number of revisions per the comments for the last meeting. I also brought some, we submitted some supplemental material. We actually took a majority of the houses in the immediate area, I think within a tenth of a mile. And we submitted those for the record, which actually the property cards that show the ground cover footprint and the second floor area. Those are accurate, or semi-accurate, but they do give you a sense of contextual square footage of the size of this house compared to other ones. I think it was part of the submission. It's mostly data points.
Do we have multiple copies?
I think we just did the one in there, but.
We never saw it.
What's that?
There's a comparison of square footage.
Property
There
card.
should be only one copy.
I actually asked
You
you to
know-
send me the package you made, you never sent it to me.
Matthew,
Yep.
It's in the file.
you should always have multiple copies, you know.
So Matthew, is your, the
we asked to
documentation
see
you
it
just
and we
mentioned,
didn't.
excuse me, Linda, is your documentation in the file?
Yes.
Thank you.
Sorry, there are
As of today.
a couple copies here. These are property card data sheets accessible, anyone can. Did you guys get a copy of this?
No. No, we got this. I already put this into my stuff. We didn't get a copy of
We got a copy of the
that.
property card.
We got a copy of
Oh,
that.
you got a copy.
This was not in the file when we made the copy.
Yeah, property card.
Yep.
So,
Matt, do you have an extra one for us? Because we
This?
haven't seen it.
This?
No, that.
Mr. Chair, I'm trying to make my presentation.
We
I
just
really
would like to see
appreciate
it.
If you could stop interrupting me.
Have mine.
I would like to see it.
Okay, continue, Matthew.
I think we make a statement.
Okay.
I know I have a little hearing problem, but when anyone speaks, no back and forth, double stuff. Say your say and get it over with, all right?
Thank you, John. So Matthew right now has the microphone. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just wanted to talk about what we had submitted as part of the submission, which was requested. In the interim, we've taken the time to actually do superimposed site photographs with the design superimposed into the set. So this takes time, but so it's for your review. We have a couple of shots that show the proposed design in context in comparison to the houses in the neighborhood, which I think demonstrates that this house is not, out of scale in comparison. In fact, is actually smaller in scale to some of the immediate abutters. So I thought that was relevant. And then we've also, I thought that some just kind of schematic renderings of the massing would be helpful as well. The last page actually shows a rendering, close-up rendering of what the house would look like from the water. And I will give everybody a copy, including opposing abutters and their representatives. These are just schematic renderings to just show the massing from different angles, which I think is relevant to obviously two-dimensional. Quarter scale drawings are a little bit difficult. Again, I would actually just draw your attention to.
That's a good question, buddy.
Sure.
Matt?
Did the chimney go
I'm gonna ask you to
upward
stop
again?
interrupting me, Linda,
No,
because
I just wondered if you had an extra.
Of this?
Yeah.
Here.
Well, you need it.
Go ahead, I looked at it. Is that outdated, or did you move the chimney outboard again?
I moved the chimney outboard again, and that's what I wanted to get to the revisions, so.
Okay.
Yeah. So, so if I could just go quickly through the revisions that we made since the last meeting. So, why don't we start on A 2.1. So drawing 1 and A2.1. So, Mr. Chair, the reason the chimney is outboard again is because one of the things we did is we actually widened the structure so that the chimney was inside the building and not
Right.
outside of it.
Yep.
The scale of it got to, felt like it was larger. I'm kind of responding to some of the feedback of the board members and everybody to kind of reduce it. We just thought that was the most sensible way to do it. We did change all the roof pitches to a slightly shallower pitch. They went from 12s to 11. So we did drop the height of a lot of these ridges. Again, we did push the chimney out, as you mentioned. The other thing, we have dropped the plate height of the dormers. There was a shingle course above the casing, between the casing and the freeze board. So we dropped that, which we thought was helpful. Without being repetitive, those same changes are applicable on both the west and north elevations. We are showing, one of the intents of the elevation on the east is actually the idea is that this structure, the secondary structure, has kind of a agricultural feel or utilitarian feel to it. So we are showing the barn doors closed in front of it. There are French doors behind it. But the idea being that in the off season, those are closed up. Finally, again, if I could just direct you to the renderings that we provided. I think that when you look at the perspectives, you do get a sense of the massing, and I do think that through a number of the suggestions that have been made by the board over this process, that it is a very cohesive design, both from all elevations, north, south, east, and west. And I also think that the renderings from the water side, the close-up versions, show that the house doesn't actually read as being like overly fenestrated, but with that, I look forward to the board's comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Linda, do you want to be the first to speak in your group? Okay.
I don't even know where to start. Some of the stuff that was brought up and we keep hammering on, again, is that this is a demo, not an addition, but that will be worked out somewhere else. It's too much. It's the addition wagging the house. We would rather have the whole thing pushed back or get rid of the existing house and push back, or push the addition back behind the existing house, which was something that was brought up back in, I forget when, December or whenever this came in the last time. I forget how long this has been going on. They wanted, the comments were to push it back behind the existing structure so it looks like it's behind it, and that structure still stands proud at 1 story on the bluff, since it is the closest house to the bluff. I have to deal with something he just said about what he submitted. I also submitted pictures of the houses from up above it all the way down almost to where it turns to Pocomo. And I explained on each one of the pictures in our packet, when the houses were built.
This was at a previous meeting.
Yes, when the houses, the first submission I made, when the houses were built and what the square footage was. We weren't playing games about the square footage. However, what the pictures clearly showed was that the original structures were much smaller, and additive massing had been made over many years, in some cases from the 1930s and 40s on. And a lot of the additive massing was low or 1 story, like the immediate neighbor at 110. So the square footage on the ground on much larger lots, that's not visible for the most part from Winnet Road, but certainly from the traveled way, which is the waterway and the public beach, are low. Some of them are so low you can't even see the additions made to them unless you actually look at the assessor's pictures. So that's a little misleading. The house immediately, and he was talking about immediate context of the neighborhood, the house immediately to the north is 1 story, natural to weather, much older. I think that's one of the older houses out there. The houses immediately abutting across Winnet Road are all 1 story cottages. The neighbor that is objecting at the moment is at 110, has 1.5 stories setback further, gray trim, and a lot of 1-story elements, which this board approved some time ago. I believe it was a Mickey Rowland project. So that's misleading. I get to speak. It is out of scale, as far as we can tell from looking at the rendering, when even the rendering is, I don't believe is helping, their application. Because you can see it's a solid wall of glass. You can see it is not really calling out the original structure. It is the biggest mass that close to the cliff. And if you look at where all the other ones are set back and how they've got small elements and low eaves and pop-up dormers, not flush dormers, this is all completely 100% flush dormers, a full second floor. None of these houses have that until you get all the way down the beach towards where Pocomo makes the turn. And that was Mrs. Rackus's house down there, one of the original people out there who used to own the Wall-Winnet house. So I'm having a problem with a lot of that. The chimney was asked to go inboard. What could have happened on the redesign of the floor plan was either get rid of this thing or put the, because I understand why they want the view.
This thing meaning the chimney?
No, that whole glassed in thing. The great room, I think it is. They could have put that space where the existing house is and still had the view. I appreciate the fact that they want that view. It is a stunning view, and I don't fault them for wanting the view. I fault them for how they're trying to gain the view, as opposed to using the original structure as part of their great room, because they want to keep a bunk room, because they all grew up in the bunk room. I can appreciate that, but that has nothing to do with the outside of the building. They should have put it over there and gotten rid of that thing, or made it smaller. But when we're talking about the great room, it is still encased in glass. Nobody's going to keep those barn doors closed. In fact, Matt mentioned that it was going to be closed in the off-season. Nobody mentioned that. When you open those barn doors, which they will be open 99% of the time they're in residence, it's see-through again. We have 7.5-foot windows that are masquerading as doors that on one plan says fixed. On the window schedule, they're not fixed. I don't know what's happening with them because they're not called out. The little triangles aren't on the front ones or the back ones, and I assume those middle ones open both directions. You also asked to drop the connector on the water side down to maybe one door because you can see through the connector as well. Everything is ganged on that water side. You don't find another structure the entire length, not even the Wall-Winnet, all the way down with ganged, every single window ganged, but a gable window. We're asking that those be rectified. Steve, I wrote down a comment you made from 12 Creek Lane that side to side is not what we are looking for. Because of the configuration of this lot, it is going 5-foot setback to 5-foot setback, and it is the only structure on the entire bluff that's doing that. There's no space. So it is filling wall to wall, basically. They could have remassed it. I know it's a tight lot. They could have remassed it. It is chaotic massing. They still have multiple pitches, which is something that we don't normally see. We'd like to go back to natural to weather trim. I know Ray would rather have it gray trim, but that works. But they don't have it. This, because there's some weird elements to the house, white trim tends to call out elements that should not be called out. So we were asking that it be either natural to weather or gray trim, which will lessen some of the impact on from a visual sense of that. We're kind of concerned that the fireplace chimney came back out again. I understand the reason for doing that. We're still asking that the whole thing be moved back. It is atypical. We spent 6 to 9 months on those structures in Quidnet that were even outside of Quidnet. On the main road going in, that was Coutone and Joe Paul project, if anybody remembers those, because we are hammering those to fit into the architectural context of Quidnet, and they weren't even in Quidnet proper. We have a house here that's actually in Wall-Winnet proper, which has its own little quirky things going on in there. We still think the height is too much. Not a whole lot has been done, guys. If you really look at it carefully, the pitch has changed. And I'm glad he took the row of shingles off the top and lowered the plate of those dormers. They look much better, but they're still all flush dormers. No low eaves on this entire structure. Same height almost all the way around the structure, which is a little unusual. Still looking for additive massing. We never got a chance to look at any of the stuff that you just got. We'd like it continued so we can actually review whether it's actually to scale. I appreciate the fact that he gave us a copy now, but we never got to see it. We're also questioning the fact that there is showing a garage right at 5 feet again. The garage was really an issue. Matt wasn't involved the
The
first
garage
time
is
it
not
came
being
in.
reviewed at this moment.
I know, but it's on the site plan, and we're kind of
Let's leave
concerned
that.
about that.
Hey, Linda, let's just leave that out of the discussion.
Maybe that should be off there.
Okay.
The window schedule is incomplete in error. We have numbers that don't exist on the house. We have things on the house that aren't on the schedule.
Katie, I would like a specific example
I
of that.
believe the attorney can give you that. I've got it written down in really quick notes. There's E4, E5 on the schedule, they're not on there. We have E9, E10, not on the schedule, but in the picture. I mean, there's, we would like the window schedule
Is that-
corrected.
Just to be clear, that's something you'll address?
He's got more notes on there than I do. I got little
There are
notes.
just some discrepancies with the
All right,
window
Yeah.
schedule.
well, you'll have your chance after this.
I think all the original concerns are still there. We'd like it moved back. But let me see, in response to what something else Matt said.
Leave Whit some time.
Oh, yeah. The
Yeah,
agricultural field, this is not an agricultural building, come on. And those things are gonna be open. So that's all I have to say about trying to hide them. We've had that done to us in town, and she never closed the barn doors on Liberty Street.
We'll get to that.
So, okay.
Okay.
Nick?
That's it? Gus?
I'm gonna let Nick have
All right, Nick,
things to say.
to you, Nick.
Nick Brown from Pierce Atwood on behalf
Thanks.
of E.L. Arnold, 110 Wilwinnett Road. Just to address the window schedule issue that we were talking about a moment ago. It looks like there's a discrepancy. There's window styles E5 and E4
E5 and E4.
shown in
Okay.
the pictures, but then on the
Um,
I don't think they actually appear on any of the elevations.
Okay, so my guess.
So your point is this so confusing you can't figure out
And Matt,
what
Matt,
door?
Matt.
No,
I'm
but the
sorry,
window
it's
schedule
just a
should be
waste of everybody's
correct.
time.
Hang on.
It should be
I'll
correct,
answer- I'm
Matt.
gonna answer the question.
Should be
No,
correct.
Okay, so they're not-
window styles E9 and E10 shown on elevations, and there's no picture of them anywhere.
Okay, but so E5 and E4 should be stricken because they're no longer relevant. They were probably in an earlier iteration. And what were the new ones?
E9 and E10 on the
E9
west
and
elevation.
E10.
Not on the
Okay,
schedule.
E10. All right.
And we don't
Noted.
know what these are. because
listen,
Linda.
don't
we
know.
all need
Linda.
a chance to talk, and my stuff isn't gonna get heard tonight, so everybody give everyone else a chance.
Right. Okay, so Nick, anything else to add on that score?
Nope, not on that.
Good.
I won't reiterate everything else that Linda said. I'll say that Miss Arnold, as everybody knows, is opposed to the project in its current form. She feels that it's oversized, it's not properly scaled to the neighborhood. She doesn't like the way the house is oriented on the lot. It's filling up the entire width of the property. The garage is shown on the plans, but I understand it's not before the board at this time. That's it, in its current form. She objects, and we'd like to see further revisions, more significant revisions than what we feel have been sort of nips and tucks around the edges to date.
Thank you, Nick. And Whit, did you want to say anything else, or?
Really, really briefly, through you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
On the north elevation, this is scheduled as a door.
North elevation.
North elevation, middle of the mass. It looks like it is a,
E6.
The 2.8.
it's a very, very skinny door, and I'm not entirely sure whether I would be able to fit into this if ever asked to the property, but I don't know.
You think you're safe there?
I think I'm real safe. What is the width of that
It's
door?
2.8. Write it down.
I'd have to look at it.
Schedule says it's 2.8.
Okay, I'm just thinking that one particular design element on that
Okay.
side makes
Hey, really.
a question.
Thank you.
Other than that, reiterating where we were with what has been said previously. We're done.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay.
I'm ready.
All right, Steve, thank
Okay,
you.
so Matt, first of all, I appreciate your submission of additional material. I think that you show that matters that are put on the record are contradicted by facts. And that's helpful for us because we need to be able to make decisions based on what's real and not what's perceived. Although we are working with what's perceived, we need to have accurate information. So with that having been said, I will agree with Linda. Anything but white, and in adding to that, I will also say anything but the pink rose or the pink blush that the entire 104 wall winnet is, I think would be appropriate. And I'm not talking about the trim, that's the whole house.
I actually like that house.
I'm just saying for this particular property, it may not be appropriate.
Right, okay.
So I'll try and be quick. I mean, for me, a picture says 1,000 words. I'm looking at the building photos of 110 Wallwinnet in the property record card. And I'm looking at the image of the inlay of the photographic panoramic with this structure is proposed, the graphic inlaid. And these could be extensions of the same house. If you look at this image and you look at this image, this house, the gables are a little thinner, but otherwise the additive massing, right down to the chimney and the extent that the chimney is proud of.
Wait, I'm not understanding. So you're looking at this.
I'm looking at this image of the proposed.
Right.
And I'm looking at this image of 110. And I'm
Okay,
looking at
okay.
relative context. And what I'm saying is these homes look very similarly designed from these images. Number one. Right down to the chimney. In this image, however, Matt, I will say this chimney looks a little large for, I think, what is appropriate. I think the same is the case for 110. So for the sake, no, John, sorry, for the sake of consistency, I also want to discuss the overall massing. If I'm looking at page 2 of the panoramic images that were distributed by the applicant's agent, 108R, is this 108R?
I don't know for sure.
The third story, and then this is 106. According to the plot plan from the town's assessor, 108R actually has a third story with a gable. Linda, please, because I don't have any patience for it. 106, speaking to the gang window comment, literally has a set of 4 windows ganged on one addition. On the second floor, there are at least 2 sets of gang windows and 2 gang doors. On another addition on the first floor, there are 4 gang windows. I agree that that's too much ganging, but I want to point out context of the neighborhood. I don't think that we need to be told what's in the neighborhood. We can see it with our own eyes. What I'm seeing in the neighborhood is that this is not inconsistent with what's in the neighborhood. However, I believe the fenestration on your design, Matt, on the ocean-facing side, with respect to the original structure, you have 4 gang windows. I would say no more than 3. On the main structure facing the ocean, I would say you have 4. I think those are actually a door window configuration.
Yes.
I would say no more than 3. On the what was, to my mind, a converted kind of boathouse garage, which would not be unheard of to be able to get the boat from the front yard to the backyard through the doors. I think you could stand to lose some width on the fenestration. I don't necessarily think the number needs to go down, but overall, it's a little wide on the fenestration. That's fenestration on those elevations. I addressed the overall mass of neighboring structures, 108R and 106. The cottage, I do want to call your attention to page 3 of the pass out we received. If you look at 106, I'm sorry, the applicant submission in 108, clearly perspective plays a role in the relative size perception, but 108R is not nestled into the bank. It's not something that isn't visible. You literally have 3 stories visible with a roof wall. Cottages across the street are not relevant. They're a different style structure. comment was made about this being further back from the bluff. I looked at that, I was concerned that this house is too close to the bluff. I looked at that, I had a concern if that was the case or not. This is within feet. The comment was made that 110 is further back from the bluff. It is, in some areas, by maybe a few feet. If you draw a line across the facades, these are within feet of one another relative to the bluff. So I'm not concerned about that, having looked into it. With respect to the wall, I think the fact that you're almost 10 feet off on one side and you're more than the setback on the other, combined with the fact that you're using additive massing to step down, so it's not a large rectangular mass from left to right on the lot, and the fact that the structure is slightly on an oblique angle, so that is to say that they're not, the front facades are not parallel to the street and perpendicular to the length of the lot. I have less concerns about that. Noting also that 114 is pretty close, and their garage is from the locus right on the property lines. That covers that, that covers that. I'll be very brief. I think I have one other comment. I appreciate I understand the challenge of the fireplace in the, shown on the east elevation and the south elevations for the great room. I appreciate the fact that that was brought out of the structure. I think that it's more typical of using 110 as an example of the treatment of the chimney, and it allows us to see a mass and perceive a mass that is smaller. That garage, that great room area needed to be smaller. I do think that maybe there is something about the chimney, not in the two-dimensional map, but in the perspective drawing, that somehow it seems too wide. So maybe one of those dimensions could be changed so that it creates a rectangular form versus a cube form when you're looking at it in perspective. Is it a no vote for me on that? No, it's not. I just want to mention it. Other than that, I appreciate the lowering of the, changing the pitch to lower the ridges. We had a lot of discussion about roof pitches and making changes. And I actually think that what you've done works. It seems to me to tell a story of how things have been added on over time to kind of fit the space that we have added. So my primary concern is the fenestration. Thank you.
Well, can I reiterate something?
Yeah, please.
You started off your opinions with anything but white.
Yes, anything but white.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
just
for
making sure. Okay, John.
Yes, thank you. First, I have a question. I know Matthew's representing. Who are you representing?
We're representing the
I'm
abutter,
sorry?
the abutter next door.
This one, John.
The same
110
person,
went it, yeah.
same, Who are
This-
you
that
representing?
same person.
All three of us are.
Who are you representing?
Same person.
Mrs. Arnold, who was here last time.
110 Wall Winnet
You're
Road.
representing them people?
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay.
I appreciate the changes from the last meeting. I think it's helped it, brought it down in height, done through a lot of changes here. I agree with Mr. Welch said. A little more, he can interpret it a little better than I can. I find that there was a comment about the barn doors being closed. And there are 4, I guess, sliders or in swinging doors there. And I don't think that a compliment should have been made on that, because if he said that's a garage, it's a garage. That's all. You can look at this and see a garage. So it's a matter.
All right, I'm gonna say something on that
I
later.
think what's here is appropriate.
Okay. Thank you, John.
The 6 and 12 is existing, do I take it?
Yes.
Yeah, the old part, yeah. Otherwise, what do I see here, if it was built, I would think that it would conform into parts and mostly of all structures along the Walnut Road. The photos were taken, they don't lie, they tell the truth. And it just does fit into that neighborhood. I see, I see nothing wrong with going ahead with contemplation of what's here. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Val?
I'm actually, I agree with what's been said. I actually, am referring back to the minutes of June 11th, and I have the same comments. There are so many different styles which have been evidenced by the applicant and the neighbor's representative that I don't think this is anomalous to the area. There's plenty of ganged windows, especially on the water side of a lot of these for obvious reasons. I too appreciate the changes. One thing I did have a concern with, and I still do, is the living room fenestration on the street side, and the use of those barn doors is a nice idea.
It's actually not the living room as labeled, but it's the single story with the chimney on it.
All right, whatever it is.
Yeah. The one with the barn doors on it.
And the fireplace.
Right.
So I think the fireplace could be a little bit smaller. I like the idea of you putting it back out, because it did, I think, rescale that mass properly, which you had one way and then you made it bigger to incorporate it. I personally would love to see windows on that side. I think what's working against you, Matt, and I've said this in the past, because all of these examples show the real story.
Mm-hmm.
This house can be seen from the street where some of these others can't, and they have a whole issue in and of themselves, but you can't see them except from the water.
Mm-hmm.
And on the water side, I do think some reduction in that glass would go a long way for you. I think separating them maybe with some shingle course in between, and I do believe, this was a consistent comment for me, perhaps eliminating the double door in the connector piece, maybe making that window. I just think some of those things could go a long way in not perceiving it as just a wall of glass.
Mm-hmm.
But it is not, again, unlike many of the pictures we have here in our packets. So that's it.
Thank you, Val. So, one or more members have already said what my concerns would be on this one. First of all, categorically, I'm with Stephen on the anything but white. I think that if the house were moved further back, that I would entertain white. It's not moving back. That's what it is, but in that case, because of the complexity of this building, the number of lines and dormers and so forth, which, by the way, are necessitated by the idea of keeping the mass down. You know, the dormers pop up when the ridge height goes down. So anything but white. Put me down for that. I also believe that like Stephen and like Val, I believe that there's too much first floor fenestration on the west elevation in particular. Stephen's mentioned the existing mass with 4 windows. I believe it's the kitchen mass with 4 big windows. Val mentioned the double doors in the connector space, and Stephen mentioned not necessarily the fact that there were 4 but the overall width of the aperture for the doors / windows on the single story sunroom or whatever we're calling that. So reduction in that would be important to me. Also, those 4 doors that we're looking at are I'm pretty sure they're what's called a nano wall system, which basically means that all 4 of them open up sort of like folding doors. That is also the case for what's behind the barn doors on the front, also known as the east elevation. And I mean, the way that we really need to picture this, without trying to delude ourselves, is that not only will those 4 barn doors be open, but presumably those nano walls will all be open, so that there's gonna be this, basically wide aperture through that room. So I would like to, that can either be solved on the north or the east side or the west side, so that we don't get that sort of total see-through look. Oh, by the way, I think the same thing is happening on when you said, Val, the 2 sets of doors on the south side.
With the connector?
No, on the south side, that's flanking the chimney.
Oh, gotcha.
I think those might be the fold open nano wall doors too. I've always wanted to see windows there and not doors. And I was the one, I will confess, I'm the one that recommended that the chimney go inboard, because I can't stand looking at those sort of 2-story brick masses. But I noticed at 110, at least from the pictures that I see, there's a chimney there, but whether it actually goes into a single-story mass or not.
It's in a single-story mass.
Okay, so it does. So my point is, there's precedent right next door for a tall chimney, but how about, can you just case in the bottom of the chimney with a, sort of bring the roof down there and just case it in so we're not looking at all that masonry?
I tried that. Actually, that was my first thought and instinct.
Not the whole way, not so it's a lean to, just for the chimney.
I tried that, and the client absolutely hated it. They didn't love it. I know. I thought it was like, oh, I had a great solution.
Okay.
I'm looking at the west and the south.
I just don't look here.
You just projected the roof line down.
I'm just continuing and close it. Gotcha.
Right.
But it's uneven.
So that you have a chimney coming out of a roof. The two sides stay exactly where they are. So reading from the east and west, it's still a gable, but you just have this enclosure. Blame it on me.
Yeah. Well, maybe I'm not your stick. You show me.
I drew it here. So this doesn't come all the way out.
Oh, I gotcha.
It's only here, Matt.
I gotcha.
Matt,
I gotcha.
Look,
it's
here. It's only here.
I could try that.
All right.
Yeah. Sorry.
Because then we're not looking at this massive piece of brick masonry.
Sure.
I think that covered it. Amount of fenestration, particularly on the west elevation, the nano wall stuff, anything but white, the chimney, and let's not delude ourselves about the barn doors on the east elevation. They will be open, and what we see there I think is of importance. Oh, to that point, I think a lot of us on the board were present with that whole controversy that Mark Catone had on the building in town where he got the shutters and they were open, and whether it was a joke that there's supposed to be a window behind, et cetera, et cetera. So I think it's important that we know what's behind there, and certainly the plan tells us a little bit about that.
Sure.
Could
I just offer just a couple of quick follow-up points to some of the things you mentioned? Was just the operation of those windows. The idea behind this structure, barn, boathouse, was that it is more of an open structure, an open air structure. That's kind of the intent of it. But I definitely hear from the board that you don't want to see any visibility through it from the street. So I'll take that in consideration. I just have to say one quick point about the applicants, the neighbors' representatives. I just got to say it for the record.
Don't.
Yeah, I mean, it's just I don't
want to get into a tick for
back and forth.
Matt, look, we at the board are able to think independently.
Yeah.
All right, they're representing their interests. That's fine. You're representing your interests. We don't really need to go back and forth on that whole score. Okay?
I appreciate that. I don't want to get into a back and forth.
I think we sent a very clear message about what our concerns are, and hopefully we can get some revisions that reflect that. Can somebody make a motion?
Motion to hold for revisions, relatively minor.
I would say so, yeah, but important.
Yes, clearly.
All those in favor of Stephen's motion to hold for revisions? Aye. Now,
You guys
do you
aren't
want
meeting
these?
that. No, I've got a set.
Okay.
You're not
Of
meeting
this?
next week, so you're off for two, yeah, you guys are not meeting
That
next week.
means my stuff is not gonna be heard for another 2 weeks.
Excuse my language.
Well, you got
Oh,
Thursday, right?
damn.
I'm going
all
to
right,
that
well, thank you, everyone. We
Yeah.
made a motion.
I
so
could go to
that's-
Thursday. I'll go
That's
to
the end of
Thursday.
that.
I'll go to Thursday
Go
I'll
to
go to
Thursday on what?
for my next one.
Yours,
See, the conference of, saving the island from being
No, I know, it's
Goes
Wednesday and
Thursday.
Thursday.
Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday.
meeting
Oh.
Thursday.
Oh, no, if you can go for Thursday.
I'm gonna go Friday.
You're going
I
Friday.
can't go Thursday,
No,
that's
right,
why.
right.
I'm happy to take my next application.
Hey, I just wanna make sure, we gotta vote on that, okay, we've closed that hearing.
Yep.
Just one, because he's gonna take off. All right,
16th.
okay.
So you're gonna hold, so a motion to hold, 22, Matacasham and 97 Westchester till Thursday.
Oh, I see what you were talking about. You're okay with that?
You're gonna have a quorum on Thursday.
I'm not going to be able to get here.
I won't be here.
Shit,
Val
you know.
won't be here. Diane won't be here. Doesn't sound
I'm gonna
fun.
be here.
Are you here Thursday? Are you here Thursday? Can you meet Thursday?
Okay, good. John, if you're there,
Ray.
I can be there. We can hear Matt's other two. Hey, by the way, this is all business stuff, so what about our quorums?
When you have 1, 2, 3, 4 people who can't be here Thursday.
Okay, so I'm looking at the schedule for this conference, and from 12:30 until 2 is the lunch break.
Oh my God.
So I
You
can
sneak in
come
there.
from 1 to 2.
So that's an hour. We don't need.
I wouldn't be so concerned about this, except for the fact that I lost sight of that we are not meeting next Tuesday.
Okay, so I have.
Why don't we,
4th of July.
I don't know, I'll see when Bruce is supposed to come and pick
John,
me up,
can you tell me who's?
and
am I
I'll
on
ask him if he can
Matt's?
bring me over on Thursday.
Because you're gonna be at the conference too, right?
No, I'm
A lot,
gonna be
you know what, a lot of this would
Diane
get
is
fixed if we
working.
just push it for another half hour.
I'm totally fine. I was just trying to accommodate Val.
Well,
I just have one that has not been heard at all yet.
Look,
No.
I'll stick around.
Yeah, let's just get through
But,
this stuff.
but the issue is, thank you, John.
Thank you all.
Behave yourself. What we may run into, you have one that isn't heard, so that's fine, as long as we have a quorum for that. And then, how involved are your other two?
I only have one. I put one on hold, so it's just the.
Which one did you put on hold?
The Reich Matacasham.
On hold?
Yeah.
Okay, because Val is always so patient, I would like to be able to take care of some of her stuff.
Me too.
So we'll put off Walwinet Road until Thursday?
Actually,
Not Walwinet.
Oh, no,
Westchester,
not
West-
Walwinet, yeah, yeah.
So what about Westchester?
Okay.
Oh, okay, I'll let you.
Westchester Thursday, check with John just to make sure that you're gonna have a quorum.
Okay.
Sounds like Diane can be here, I can be here, John.
And if it's at 1 o'clock and we're gonna be there for like 15 minutes, I can be there.
Okay,
But I got like a window of a half an hour at 1 o'clock.
all right, so,
Like,
all right. Now, so that takes care of Matt's stuff. Now, so Val, how do you wanna handle your 4?
I would love some input on 2 Sakacha.
Let's
Okay.
get started.
And the
Let's
other
go.
3 are just revisions as requested from, which you weren't here for, so it's.
Oh, I was not?
No,
It
you
was
were
last
away,
Tuesday?
so we probably don't have a quorum for
Let's
those.
rock.
We got 3, but I might not.
Well, it depends on who sat. Yeah.
You've got 4 for Sakacha.
Yeah, so let's go on that.
Yeah, it was never heard,
Right.
so,
So everybody at the table is sitting on this one.
right.
Thank you all for sticking it out.
Please, yes, thank you very much.
Not even 9 yet.
You're right.
This is when we
We're not
need the
even
time
18.
limits.
We just spent 10 minutes talking
Yeah,
about it.
can we add that to the agenda, please, Mr. Chairman?
I would love to, you mean for discussion?
Yeah, just.
Other business discussion?
Yeah.
Because it's got a lot of heads. It's like, how do you do the time limit? Per
Yeah, no, I
person? Per application? Anyway, John,
Here.
can you just put that on as other business?
Per party.
Um,
Because we have 4 people come in.
Supplemental with this application is a comparison of the existing house that's getting demoed or moved and the footprint and elevation of the house I'm proposing, as well as neighborhood houses, because I think it
So
helps.
you already have approval to move that off.
Yeah,
And this is what?
that's the house next door that they own.
Okay,
That is just next door.
okay.
So this, I think, it's pretty typical of the houses out there, as you'll see, and I just wanted to show the footprint is basically the same. And,
Can I ask you a question?
yeah.
What's up with the sort of almost half round kind of?
Okay, so
windows?
that was I know it's something that they thought they wanted, but I have done a simpler version with eliminating those because
I mean, honestly, that's the only
it
thing that
turns
really,
out
like,
that
lightning rods for me.
they don't really want really high cathedral ceilings, so
Yeah.
they'd be a waste anyway.
Oh,
So this is the
So this is
simplification.
the simplification.
Do you have one more small one?
Oh, I just gave it to Jesse, but,
Here you go. I can see it.
okay,
So we can look at the small one, not the big one?
yeah. The only change I made was those windows, because I do agree, I think those sort of take away from,
hey, look, if there's any
And I got
place
rid
on
of the
island that has
dormer.
sort of an eclectic mixture of windows, it is Cisco, but I'm not sure if that's a trend we want to continue.
and I got rid of the dormer on the front.
Oh, that little teeny tiny
Yep.
guy?
Yep.
Yeah, good, that's
Is the
good.
window in the gable and on? No,
I believe it is, John, but it's a fixed on, John.
And what, this is going to be.
When you're
new
done
house, or
with
is it
that,
gonna be
I'll
a
take it
house
again,
away?
Steve.
Yeah, and I don't know, Diane, if you got one of
good.
these showing the
is
footprint
it
is
just-
virtually the same.
just those off.
No, I just got new pictures of the house, but.
Here.
It fits in.
Here's side by side with what was and what is. Footprint.
What happens if they put a pool behind there, Val? What are you gonna do?
There is gonna be no pool.
Are you sure about that?
I am
It's
so
like a
sure.
They hired her because she wouldn't. That's the pool.
I am positive.
They don't like swimming?
They go to the beach and surf.
There you go, that's what it's all
So what
about.
would you like us to do?
Be nice.
So I'd like to know,
Are you ready to begin, Diane?
Yeah,
Oh, then
the
go.
house is good, I think it's good.
Huge improvement.
It's 2 over 2 windows,
yeah,
and the front door is
a
fine.
4-panel.
no 4 panels.
How about it?
The porch is good, railing is good. I have no problem with it.
Great, thank you very much, Diane. Jesse, are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I think it's great. It's a huge improvement from the existing structure. Thank you for removing those half moon window things. And that was the only thing from the submission that really stuck out. So thank you.
Thanks, Jesse. Stephen?
Yeah, Adele, I appreciate the imagery you submitted, and with respect to the design you submitted, it's actually demonstrably an improvement over some of the homes in the neighborhood. I have no concerns.
Thanks. Curiosity question more than anything else. Are you really doing cottage corners? Or
Yeah.
You really are?
Yeah.
Okay. I just was wondering if you inadvertently left them off.
No, that was on purpose.
Yeah, okay. All right, it
Motion
sounds like we're
approved,
good to go. Yeah, all those in favor of Stephen's motion?
As submitted today.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Yeah, the table submission, which is
Okay.
the 4 light.
You wanna call that Exhibit A?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll write Exhibit A on it.
Thanks, Diane.
Thanks, Jesse.
Okay.
Okay, so there's that. And how do you want to handle these other 3?
I guess I don't have a quorum, do I, for Staller?
Five Reaper. You might, I was on it. Diane was on it.
I was here last week.
Coombs, Welch, and Dutra.
There you go, let's do that one.
Crank it, baby.
Okay, so essentially, probably my mistake was putting the house, giving you an image of the house with the garage next to it. What that didn't show is that it's substantially behind the house. It looked like it was side by side, but we did take your comments into consideration, and the changes we made were as follows. We lowered it by a foot, so it's 23 feet. We added a gable roof over the garage doors. I made sure the deck was only 8 feet out, and I realigned the windows on the east and west, which was something Abby was concerned with. So I would just say to keep in mind that it's behind the house.
You're good.
Okay.
Yeah, I just need to.
Good.
Yeah, I'm ready.
I'm no habit.
I'm
not
ready.
on it.
I'm ready.
Oh, you're not on it? Diane, you're chairing.
Yeah, Diane's
I'm
chair.
sorry, anyway, are you ready?
I'm ready. First of all, I appreciate the clarification of the location of the garage relative to the house, because my concern with respect to the height was in large part due to the proximity to the main house. I also appreciate the change of the ridge height. That does make a big difference, even though it's a small amount. So, and what supports that is the roof over the garage doors. So I have one question on the garage doors. Are these raised panel? Are these a T&G? Is it a 3-panel raised panel?
It's just a template that I have.
Okay, so what will these actually be? Do you
I
know?
believe panels, like raised,
3 raised or?
Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted
Yeah.
to make sure I understood if this was what was being proposed. or
And
if
if we change that, we'll come back.
a soft process, whatever it was that you used.
Yeah.
Okay, so those were my comments. I have no concerns.
And Jeff,
I have no concerns either.
okay,
Yeah.
can I
think
get a
this is-
motion?
Motion approved is submitted.
All those in favor? Aye.
Do we have quorum on the next one?
The duplexes.
Aye. Correct. I guess we go soon.
I hope so, because those were super simple changes. And the two were exactly alike, so if you look at one, it would carry to the other.
There you go.
Oh, wait, I have it in front of me, duh. Coombs, McLaughlin, Camp, Welch, and Watterson, so no, I don't.
Oh, yeah, Jesse was an alternate.
Okay.
Jesse was an alternate?
You're in.
Sometimes it is good that I'm sitting here doing nothing.
Thank you.
That's one of the reasons why you shouldn't go home.
That's right.
We get to do it?
Yeah.
Okay.
And again, the other one is exactly the same, so the changes were to make the same.
Here you go.
Thank you.
So my changes were to take away the quarter circle vents that were on the gable ends, the front and the rear, otherwise known as the west and east. And I think it was you, Steve, that made a suggestion of getting rid of, there were 4 posts across the front and making it 3 so it was simpler and adding some railing.
I gotta say, I appreciate the changes. They address the concerns, and I have no concerns.
And then lining up the windows on the left and right.
Jeff, what do you have to say?
Right elevation, fenestration looks a little chaotic.
It's the same as the left, and I lined up the windows that were cattywampus. I think they all line up.
Okay, yeah, no, you're right. Maybe it's just the, yeah, sorry.
Oh, I see, it's a mirror image.
Yeah.
Right. fine, it just,
All right,
probably won't see it.
I have a motion.
That's interesting, though, reading the right elevation from left to right looks more organized than reading the left elevation above it from left to right, because you have
Totally
that
is.
space up there, like the way we
Yeah.
perceive it.
To your right side of the room.
Do I have a motion?
A motion for this submitted.
And then, so the next one
And
is.
the next one is just the same,
Same.
so can I have a motion?
So motion to approve, lot 17 as submitted, subject to it being the same as lot 16, from.
All right, all those in favor? Say aye, aye. No
That was
opposed?
cool.
Thank you.
Good deal.
Well, so you know what this means, folks.
6 minutes past. You know how much
It
time we
means,
spent
it means we
debating
only have, unless
whether we should
John
stay longer?
thinks otherwise.
Matt's.
Are we only reviewing one of Matt's applications on
Call him
Thursday?
back really quick.
That's what I was saying all along. I'm like, why don't we just do them all? Call them.
I mean,
Unless some of the people who weren't here today show up.
CWA. Check.
Yeah, they had one extra one, that was it.
So that's
well,
2.
you know, okay, so, and that's on for Thursday because they missed a deadline for Tuesday, but they were okay for the deadline for Thursday?
Yeah, they were supposed to be last old business, they couldn't make it.
Right.
I told them to come into the office and sign it up. They didn't sign it up for this whole business, but I think I talked to them and maybe said I was gonna put it on the agenda.
Well, look, it's not gonna be a long meeting on Thursday, and nor can it
Hopefully,
be.
there'll be enough people.
Hey, Val, thanks again for the goodies.
Yes, thank you.
All right.
Okay,
Sure. What do
you
we
want
got?
us to approve?
Please, get them over and done with another way, because then it would be, and you did send in your
Approve
revision on it.
June 11th,
There it is, June 11th, right?
okay?
Okay, that's your motion, Diane? All those in favor of Diane's motion to approve June 11th minutes?
Aye.
Aye. Abstention?
I know, they just include the June 11th.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what you just said.
And I
I'm
saw
sorry, I
you
was
say
confused.
aye. I watched your
Aye.
mouth say aye.
Okay.
Yeah, you sent, I sent them
cookies
back,
and
they should have
Twizzlers.
gone back out.
Okay,
So, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
I'm concerned about, we're gonna have this agenda item, but there's like topics that come up that need to be addressed, and when people, I think, kind of abuse the public hearing process, we run out of time. It's bad enough we run out of time as it is, so I just, in the context of that, that's why I suggested we talk about time. But I do have one thing I'd like to ask if we can discuss briefly, which is under other business, which is the National Grid distribution, which is known as the L8 project. So there's gonna be a public meeting tomorrow night.
Yeah.
The planning board has taken a position against what the National Grid is recommending, which is the power lines that John passed out a picture on. Yeah, and I think I would suggest it's important for the HTC to have a representative there. I can't be there. Wednesday evening, Thursday, I'm out of commission on it. But if we have like 3 minutes, can we talk on it and maybe even come up with a position?
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
out of the
I
gate.
didn't realize it was tomorrow.
Yeah, out of the gate, I'm not suggesting anything be adversarial. This is a situation where what I would suggest what the situation is that there was a initiative by the National Grid to upgrade transmission lines that are on a certain route that John passed out a map for, that goes from Orange Street out to towards Pulpus. And my understanding is it's gonna serve Pulpus, but it's also gonna serve towards Pulpus, it's also gonna serve to provide additional required distribution for the new generator system that's going in out on the Bunker Hill Road.
Oh, I know about it, right across
So
the
that's like
street.
a really important thing, but this has been in discussion for a couple of years as an underground solution that would allow the town, in conjunction with, not the trench perhaps that National Grid is digging, but the fact that there's costs associated with this work. The costs are obviously doing the work, but also the disruption along the route, which is, it's a difficult route. So the idea was that we also have sewer and water in these lines, this route was mapped out because there are sewer and water there, and we need to replace them. So it seemed ideal to replace them at the same time that the destruction was occurring. So it's been a discussion for more than 2 years. At the last town meeting, it's an appropriation, a request has gone through capital program and other boards, select board and the FinCom, requesting funding for the sewer department to do their work in relation to this underground. So that's the background. We recently received a correspondence that there's gonna be a public meeting. National Grid is indicating that this is pretty much how they feel it should be done, and it will be done based on the fact that it's an upgrade and a replacement, and those can be done under the zoning, not under the zoning bylaw, but the town bylaw. Those are accepted from being buried. There is the issue of, so that's the background, and then that's why I'm bringing it up, because they're bringing this up for discussion of the above ground route. And I wanted to give you that background and also indicate a couple of quick points. So the idea isn't to go there and be adversarial and bang, try and, bang gavels and make a lot of noise in terms of, I mean, maybe if that's necessary, but initially we're just trying to get a discussion going, slow down, slow the roll, so we can have a discussion. Because some of the discussion is this appropriate? If we have an opportunity with respect to the National Historic Landmark to put these underground. Is it appropriate to put them underground with respect to the fact that the hazard mitigation plan that the town is getting state funding for, one of the top 10 goals, I don't remember which one it was to harden our utilities by putting them underground. There's another aspect of it, which is that we're being charged a surcharge of some type for having wires above ground. So why aren't we fixing them instead by putting them underground? And then there's the other part of it, which is that
if you get a hurricane and knocks it down.
Well, yeah, and we're being charged.
Right, there's a surcharge for
We're
that.
being charged for having
I
above
could
ground.
never understand why there's telephone poles in the first place.
So then there's one other point, which is why it's important to have discussion about this before it's just a settled deal. Obviously, underground is important, but there has been, keep in mind, the whole discussion of the route was based upon underground utilities mirroring these, paralleling these.
So why do it?
If it's gonna be above ground, that route may not be the ideal route, so why isn't there a discussion about that? So those are all reasons why the planning board voted last night to take an official position and send their chair, I'm not hinting, but to send their chair to make a statement that this needs to slow down, that there are relevant issues, and we want them addressed. There has been some talk about bumping it up if it can't be something that we can control with respect to National Grid, and this is not to be adversarial, but if they are not willing to work with us, that it would actually get, we would actually need to build some pressure and float it to our state representative and our state senator.
Huh.
Well,
and their support for that amongst certain parties, including planning board discussion. So I think it was important to bring up to you. I would suggest that there be a brief discussion if you are comfortable with that, and then we determine if there's an official position, and if so, it can be represented.
Okay, so thank you for all that. I'm sorry it's happening tomorrow. I'm gonna be in Charleston, South Carolina tomorrow.
Nice place to visit.
I've never been there.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Yeah, so I've heard.
Barbara,
So I wouldn't be able, I can't go to a meeting tomorrow.
Okay.
But how can we like slow this down?
Can you go there? It's at 6 p.m. downstairs.
can you bring me tomorrow night for a little bit?
Should be able to.
And you wait with me, you won't leave me there?
Oh, that would be fantastic.
All right.
Because
Will you
I
call
think
me tomorrow?
Yeah, can I send you an email with the points?
No, he
Yes,
said just
Yeah.
Is that helpful?
Yes.
So you can print it out?
Yes,
Okay.
all right.
He has, what time's that? So he has a funeral he has to go to.
Who's funeral?
Chris? It's 5 to 7.
7,
Oh, we said the meeting doesn't start until 6, right?
I guess I'm gonna be at the.
No, I'm just saying, isn't the selectmen's meeting starting at, doesn't it
thing
start
that's
at
tomorrow
6?
night.
Yeah, it
That's
starts
start
tomorrow
at
at
6.
6
So you
downstairs.
bring me here at 5:30, leave me here and come and back. Don't hack around to the funeral, come back and pick me up. And then you can go to the party afterwards, all right?
Don't buy it, the whole thing all at once.
Hmm.
That matters.
Oh.
All right,
oh,
Oh, Chris
Chris
Whitty
Whitty.
Yeah,
at the Admiralty.
oh, shoot, I thought,
yeah, I thought that.
boy.
So it doesn't appear as if we have anybody who can
Yeah,
go.
I'm on the vineyard tomorrow night.
All right.
Can we write a letter?
Listen, I would even write a letter, but I'm literally like flying down tomorrow morning and spending the day
Right.
with, you know, clients and stuff, so I can't write a letter.
So,
Can't we get a letter to Erica and have her?
John.
Oh, hey,
John can represent the HCC's position.
He's the administrator, he can do that anytime.
So do we have a position in the?
I think they should be underground.
yeah.
I think we
I'm
paid
so
for
fired.
the
You're gonna
underground
fire me
for the
now.
last 40 years.
I'm pretty sure that the surcharge that is appended to every single utility, electric bill that you get is to put the lines underground, and people have been getting that like forever.
What I've been told is that that's in the core district only. However, much of this route is in the core district, so there's no argument against it. I just wanna let you know that's what I was told, and I said,
Well, I
well,
live
that's
in
the
the
core
core
district.
district and it's got
Yeah.
telephone poles all down Fayette Street and down
Well,
Union.
here you are.
And that's the other thing is that this slowing the roll gives the opportunity for the other parties like Verizon to get involved in the discussion to determine how they
Wow,
might.
so,
do
right,
this.
because they need to be involved in that.
Right,
Yes.
so it's just, it just makes sense ideally underground, but at least let's have a discussion to figure it out. And that's what I was hoping our position was.
So, sorry.
No, that's right. Well, so you'll be able to represent us?
John, are you comfortable doing it, or?
Tomorrow night?
Yeah.
At the meeting?
Yeah,
I guess I can, 6 o'clock, right?
yeah.
Yeah, I guess I can go.
You're a good man, Charlie Brown.
Toe the line for us?
I guess I can go and relay your, so what's the
So what I'll do is put together the bullet points we discussed tonight.
Okay.
That you might, it might just be easier if you read them all.
Yeah.
Save you the.
Yeah, so that, you know, this is kind of a new thing for us. I think everybody needs to have more time to
Right.
deliberate and figure it out.
Okay.
And I can list the reasons why.
And hear the
Yeah.
different sides of
So,
how things.
if you wanna make a
Be done.
motion for Steven to write something for me to represent at the meeting, then.
Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine, and I'll work on it tonight and get it to you sometime tomorrow. And it'll be consistent with what we discussed tonight.
Great.
Very good.
All right, so
you, John.
can somebody make that motion?
I'll make that motion.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay,
Thanks
thank you.
thanks a million.
Thank you for sticking
Wow.
around. I didn't.
That last